Overwatch, are you f***ing serious? This is the same painting. It's just flipped over. I cannot unsee it. It's the same painting.
Get them away from the robot.
C9. You C9 everybody.
Oh.
Good job, ML.
I got the Reinhardt.
On est prêt?
Vas-y maintenant.
Танки не играть так хз, меня так сильно булят на всех танках, я бы не зарю.
Ого, нихуя.
Wait, it's in. Wait, it's in.
No ammo.
No! No! No!
Все, можно ходить. Полув мне. Я когда ультану, моя ульта
Да ты достал, котачий!
I'm gonna fucking die to this Moira. And my ego will not let me. I will give up the point if I have to. No, 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 no!
Over there.
Oh my gosh! Wait, Aspen!
I'll find you.
I'm cool.
No fara, I destroy them.
Okay.
Let's go, Power Rangers! Just ball.
Oh shit. That's so tough. Just a random stray mine right there on the corner? That's crazy.
Oh.
Oh god!
This hero is overpowered.
Oh my god!
And this is the second overpowered hero.
Oh my god! Fuck it!
How did you get up there?
Wow.
Yeah, clock that T, sister.
What? Maywell.
He got Maywell!
Okay. Wow, that's incredible from you.
Lol.
Oh my god!
I feel.
Ó, ó a gracinha.
I definitely think Acid is one of my favorite tanks.
That's right. One more. You got it. Close. Not quite. That was a wall. There we go. Here, I'll sit still. Not quite. Nah, bro. What the hell? Nah, bro. What? That's BM. Leave him alone.
It's your turn.
Yeah.
Search one. Straight behind.
Bring one there.
Yeah. All one. Stop yourself.
On one.
Nice.
Okay, I'm just playing right click simulator.
Can I re behind?
Up here.
Whatever.
Oh, are you getting scared?
Where's Widow at?
I think I got stung a lot by wasps when I was little.
No SMG!
It was stinging me one time. I kept waking up with big bumps. Where's my Lucio?
He's on the beach.
I'm working a store.
Should I nano you?
Oh no, we're gonna get out of here!
Frogger, get active, get active.
I'm trying!
Do that, but we're gonna get it all. You'll see.
I'm better than you are. Junker Queen.
Oh no, I got... Oh, someone left the game.
What is
What did I
that
walk in
gun?
on? Hold on, where's my death note? Oh, I got right! Oh no! Oh, where's my death note?
Good one. That's actually a good one.
All right, you know, I forgot to go pick up my packages and I rushed home because I saw that they had dropped this director's take, so we might as well do it now. All right, I forgot my packages, but it's fine. As of like an hour ago, dropped this director's take season 16 on the horizon. I think this is an Aaron Keller. No, it's an Alec Dawson. These get dropped every couple weeks or every few weeks. Basically, you know, talking about state of the games, talking about what they're working on, what they want to work on, whatever it might be. So these are always cool. This one's from Alec Dawson, who's not the game director, but oh god, what is he technically now? He used to be the he used to be like the lead game. Is he lead gameplay designer now? He actually might be I think he got a promotion. I forget what his title is now. He's like one step above that or something. Anyways, everyone, this is Alec Dawson, associate. Fucking hell, it's right there. Associate game director for Overwatch 2. All I had to do was read the first fucking sentence. This happens way too often. It happens way, way, way too often. You know that? I try to give context on something and then it appears. Like, how did I know that was supposed to be there? With a look at some of the many great changes coming in Season 16, the team has been working hard to perfect new additions like the perk system and our next hero Freya, while balancing classic favorites like 6v6 competitive open queue. Tons of information about our new game mode Stadium, and we'll be heading your way this week. Ooh, Stadium news. Hope you are all excited as I am, so let's dive in. Yeah, Stadium is what I've been looking forward to more than anything. I think Stadium will be really, really cool. All right, perk perfection. The introduction of perks last season added a new layer of gameplay and strategy to Overwatch 2, and players are still brainstorming their best choices of their favorite heroes and personal playstyles. The previous director's take recapped our AMA about perks. Thanks for all the great questions. And many perks have turned up in the mid-season balance patch. Were tuned up in the mid-season balance patch. Players have given us great feedback, and the team is continuing to refine the perk system. Certain perks are big hits, like Honest Shrike, more popularly Holy fucking shit, I just lost the ability to speak. That was crazy. Known as Double Nano, and Bastion's Lindholm Explosive, which gives explosive shells. These are impactful and transformative perks that enable meaningful change in your gameplay. Making sure perks for every hero tick those boxes is a big priority for us, and we're confident changes in Season 16 and beyond are pointing us in the right direction. Okay. So it sounds like they want to add more perks like those. I would think like more boring type perks, maybe like Genji's perks, or maybe what's another example of kind of a boring perk, like the Hog Toss. What else would you say is kind of boring, chat? I need some help here. 15 more ammo. I like the 15 more ammo. The Junkrat traps. Yeah, the Junkrat ones, the Widow Mines. Winston maybe? I like the right click one. The right click one's actually really nice. The worst one's the ones with drawbacks. Oh, Sombra's perks potentially. Yeah. Okay, let's continue. One of our biggest philosophies when designing and improving perks is the idea that there's never a wrong choice. You should never feel like you're picking a perk picking a perk is universally poor option. Maps, team compositions, enemy heroes, and personal playstyles should all influence your decisions, but one perk shouldn't be the default go-to in every situation. Interesting. Okay. How exactly do we make sure we are hitting these goals? We look at a combination of what we're seeing in the data, like pick rate gaps and the amount of influence perks have in moment-to-moment gameplay. If we feel a hero has a less impactful perk set overall, we also wanted to offer them new options. There's also consistent iteration going on behind the scenes to dream up bigger and better perks for future seasons. I like the idea of that. I like the idea of that a lot. A good example for Season 16 is Sombra's updated perk kit. Stack Overflow, while impactful, doubled down on things Sombra was already good at rather than bringing transformative gameplay. It'll be replaced with a new major perk, Viral Replication, which allows her virus to spread to nearby enemies and will enable bolder team dives.
What?
Whoa, that sounds cool. COVID perk?
Oh my god. Come on.
Moving on. Mercy's previous minor perk, Angelic Recovery, felt
Somebody
passive,
time him.
so we wanted to add something more active that brings strategy into the mix. Enter Angelic Resurrection, which gives 100 overhealth upon casting Resurrect. Players will have to judge if the risk of saving a teammate or behind enemy lines is worth the reward of enhanced survivability. Wait, what is the other minor perk? Is that the one that like you go further, or you can like, it's increased GA range? That's a big change. That's actually such a big buff. Our newest support, Juno, will receive a new major perk that enables a more aggressive playstyle. Locked On gives a lower cooldown for pulsar torpedoes for every enemy hit, encouraging more active gameplay. While Reboots performed better after a recent adjustment, it'll replace the less picked Hyper Boost as a minor perk. So they're giving her a new one called Locked On, and then moving Reboots to a minor perk? Am I reading that correctly? While we try not to nerf perks too often, some options are clearly need tuning heading into Season 16. Sorry, Triple Blink Tracer fans. We think there's a good bar for the perks, impact perks can have, but some may have gone a bit past that line and need to be dialed back.
Come on.
Players have also responded well to perks
My
that bring back
God.
old components of a hero's kit, like Orissa's Protective Barrier and Hanzo's Scatter Arrow. We can't give away all the changes here, but another classic will be introduced in a different, less overwhelming way. A major perk for a certain icy DPS hero. Uh-oh. May Freeze coming back? Uh-oh. I'm scared. You know what, though? The less I've played Overwatch recently, while playing more Rivals and Overwatch and doing Variety, because like I've been playing Variety for like the last year and a half. But now with Rivals and Overwatch stuff, I've just been doing less Overwatch, less Rivals, less Variety overall, just because they're all getting more balanced out. Is it bad I just don't care about shit like this anymore? Like, yeah, it's probably gonna be kind of spooky, but like it changes the way characters are played, and I feel like it'll be fun for at least a few months or a few weeks or a few hours. And it's like, at that point, I'm like, you know what? I had a good day. I had a good week. Yeah, does it suck after like 2 or 3 weeks? Yeah, but like you could fix it. Just like change it later. I'd rather just see new shit. I'd rather just try new shit. You know what I mean? Like instead of just, fuck, am I a casual now? Oh my God. I'm a casual. On the wind with Freya. A few weeks ago, Freya swooped in for her hero trial. Her sky-high skill ceiling and swift movement abilities ended up being a big hit with our players. Her trial numbers were comparable to Venture's popular test weekend. Okay. If she hasn't wrapped you in her bola shot just yet, you'll have a chance to dive in once Season 16 launches. Though we don't balance her on quick play data, it gives us valuable information about new heroes during their trials. Freya was a bit lower on the win rate side throughout her test weekend at approximately 43%, and we're receiving a few light buffs before her debut. Not surprised. She was pretty difficult to play, but like if you're really good at hitting your shots, really good with the movement, really good with the cooldown usage, she was good. But for especially a hero that people have only had for a couple hours on a weekend, you know, that's going to be, you're not only going to be able to get so good. The people who are going to actually be good at it are just like the crazy cracked out, like, you know, your GM master top 500 players with like good aim. Everybody else would probably be struggling a little bit just because like you don't have as much hours and not as much like mechanics behind it, especially a character like this. So probably a good idea, but wouldn't be surprised if they dial it back quick. Despite her explosive damage, Freya occasionally struggled to secure kills, so we've improved the reliability of her kit to finish the job. Her Rev Draw crossbow will now shoot 12 shots before max spread, increasing from its original 8. Wait, what? So now it doesn't have spread then, because it only has 12 shots, right? Bola shot's damage over time is now increased, as well as its max radius, giving her more oomph. Good idea. The ult was a little interesting sometimes. You'll also see some quality of life changes, like the option to bind her quick dash to a double jump input. Oh, I like that. Overall, we want Freya to be in a more comfortable place on launch, knowing players will get better with her kit over time, and we're really happy with where she's at now. Can I just say really quick, stuff like this really shows, like, okay, I need you to shut the fuck up for like 2 seconds, all right? Just don't say a fucking word until it's over. One of the things that's pissed me off about Overwatch for years is just seeing the constant layover, and every time I felt like we were getting close to like, holy shit, we kind of have people that know what they're doing. There's like a big layoff, bunch of people leave, bunch of people get fired, whatever fucking happens, right? The hero design people, the hero balance design team has now been basically the same team since launch, or close to launch. I think it's like technically around March of 2023. And now here we are, like 2.5, 3 years later. And this is something we would have had to request before, is like quality of life stuff. It's already being implemented before the character even comes out. And I feel like that shows experience. It shows like you don't have to bitch and complain and be like about the stuff you just think is second nature. Like, why the hell don't we have that? It's like, it's gonna be there from now on. And you could sit there and say, well, it should have always been like that. And maybe in some levels you're actually correct. But you gotta remember, it's not always been the same group of people that have been working on this game. And the people that are working on this game now are different than the people that made Overwatch 2. And the people who made Overwatch 2 are different than the people who made Overwatch 1. It's just the truth. Just the truth. Okay, you can speak again. 6v6 thriving. Whoa. The hottest topic over the past few months has been the return of the 6v6 game modes, and it's clear that many of you are passionate about the option to dive in with a bonus player. Good news for 6v6 enthusiasts, we'll be continuing to run open queue with a 2-tank limit in both quick play and competitive throughout Season 16. That is probably the best option they could have chose right now. Good decision. Competitive 6v6 open queue was the third most popular mode in Overwatch 2 during Season 15, according to time played. Third? And it was until it was usurped by totally Normalwatch's April Fool's mode. So, wait, what was number 2 then? Oh, it's probably ranked 5v5. No, sorry, quick play 5v5, ranked 5v5, and then competitive 6v6. That's what it probably was. Googly eyes may reign supreme, but 6v6 modes are holding their own, as are the standard 5v5 modes. On average, there's a 3-to-1 ratio of players choosing competitive 5v5 over competitive 6v6, respectively, but the 6v6 population has remained steady. Let me finish reading this and I want to talk about that after. We were curious about how the 2-tank limit would pan out, but most games landed on the classic 2-tank, 2 DPS, and 2 support setup. Tank players in 6v6 clearly enjoy having another tank buddy in their corner, and no matter which role they choose, players are loving shorter queue times and the ability to swap roles within a match. There's also a heightened sense of chaos that some people just can't get enough of. Queue times across the game have remained healthy, and the data from Season 16 should give us a better sense of how 5v5 role queue and 6v6 open queue can coexist in the long term.
What is that?
Stay tuned for more information over the next few weeks as we gear up for Season 16 and see you on the servers. All right, I want to talk about the 66 stuff really quick. I've actually gotten a unique perspective as someone who played it a ton back in Overwatch 1. Played it a ton when it came out at the start of this of mid-season 6v6, like when the mode came out, and then backed away because I was busy. Holy shit! I don't know if you can hear the lawnmowers and stuff outside. I had some rival stuff I had to do. I had a tournament I had to get prepared for, and then I also started playing some like hardcore Minecraft, other stuff. Regardless, though, I want to tell you as an outsider something I've noticed. I noticed after the first like 2 weeks, even the most die hard of like either the streamers or players or people who like even online were talking about playing 6v6, over time slowly gradually went back to 5v5. And every time I was clicking through people's streams, I was seeing them back in 5v5 again. And I was like, why is that? I think 6v6 is a more difficult, more fun, more chaotic, insanely good game mode. However, the 5v5 is more comfortable, it's easier to approach, and also the structure that it brings is comforting for many gamers. And that you know when you click that button, you're going to queue up and you're going to play a certain thing. And you know that every game you're going to have structure. You're going to be playing against 1 tank, 2 TPS, 2 supports. You don't have to worry about filling every single game. You don't have to worry about the chaos of like, am I going to play this game and I'm only going to have 1 support? Am I only going to have 1 DPS? That doesn't really happen, but you know what I'm saying. Or I'm only going to have 1 tank, or we're going to have no tanks. People like the structure. 6v6 doesn't have role queue, 5v5 does. Well, let me give you a small news flash from my POV. 6v6 is not possible in this game with role queue. The queue times would be so unbearably long because like even if we talked about the same, like throw it back to a year ago when everyone's arguing about 5v5, 6v6, why 5v5 is better, right? One of the biggest arguments, myself included, for why 5v5 is better than 6v6 was queue times. That is not changed. That is still absolutely true. If you turn into 6v6 tomorrow, the queue times would be so long. You know what's great about the 6v6 queue times right now? They're almost instant. They're very quick. That's what people like. They want to get into a game. They want to hop into the next game. They want to play. But there's a gap, right? 5v5 has queue times that are a little like about the same, if not a little bit longer than non-roll queue, but they're not too long. So people are willing to put up with it for the structure. 6v6 will have such long queue times for roles like DPS or even support that they will not put up with the times for it. So you have 2 options. You have 6v6 open queue, or you have 5v5 roll queue. And a lot of people want 6v6 roll queue, and I don't even know if it's possible. Granted, we could do a 6v6 roll queue test, but I think the queue times is going to be the big one. I do think it is very interesting, though, that the queue times for 6v6 on average are probably about the same, if not lower, than for 5v5. and I saw most other of the streamers that were still playing, and even people who talked about it online, like Twitter, Reddit, whatever, slowly going back to 5v5 as the test went on. It's very interesting, but that's the truth. I had a ton of fun in 6v6. I would love to see that become the norm. But it's looking more and more like what the path we're gonna end up taking is that at least for a while, we will have them in tandem. We'll have 5v5 over here, we'll have 6v6 over here, we'll have open queue, we'll have roll queue, and you'll balance each of them differently. How long is that sustainable long term? Who knows? One I think will end up becoming on top, will win out in the end, but at least for now, enjoy the show. Zen Anna. You guys are gonna complain about Zen? Welcome to my world. Now you understand where the years of Zen talking about where it came from. Haha. Oh, welcome. Hey, no offense to the new gens. Welcome to the fucking show. Hey, welcome into the community. All right, I won't push you away, but I will side eye you a little bit on the way in. Come on, hurry up. Get in here. MMR is a good one I could give you. MMR maybe I could give you for sure. I could agree with that. Sometimes the games were a little wonky. Sure. I don't think it's because it's a test mode though. The balance was thrown together too quickly. New game modes are designed. Nah, I don't think the balance was that bad. I don't get me wrong. It's not as perfect and refined as 5v5 balance is at the moment. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that was a good take for the previous, like the first time they tried stuff back last year when they were first like trying Kingmaker and stuff like that. A lot of the balance was really bad, but I don't think the balance for 6v6 is horrendous. Like it's not perfect, but I don't think it's enough to destroy the game mode, like and turn people off from playing it. We played double shield for years. You know what I mean? I think the bar is a little lower. Yo, by the way, Doom Radar, thank you, big 5 gifted. Appreciate you. Thank you. Much love, dude. But oh yeah, there you go. That went on a little longer than I expected. There you go. There's your Overwatch Season 16 6v6 dev vlog. So this just popped up, chat. Wait, is that the super chats? Are they behind because I don't have one on my thing? Stadium gameplay trailer premieres April 14th. So you know how earlier you asked me in chat, Meltro specifically, I know you're here, because you were like, why no Overwatch today? Because it's the day before Rivals. And I was like, no Overwatch today. And you're like, why? And I was like, there's one of those times where I can't say anything, and I would love to tell you there's a reason why I'm not playing Overwatch, and I want to, but like I'm not, because like I'm a human being and I also like to be excited for things. And so I couldn't say anything to you at all. Period. I knew about this. The gameplay trailer premiere on April 14th. Wait, you want to? I'm clipping it? I knew about this. Because we're actually going to get to play it early that day. Well, not early that day. So like when after this comes out, like after the trailer is shown later on that day, we're going to get to play it early and stream it. So it'll be a play test, but like a public play test from home for not public play test, like a stream for like us to get to play it and show you guys and see how things have changed from Spotlight. And also, I'm probably, I might be assuming here, I don't know if this is actually true, so I'm probably talking on my ass, but maybe even some people that didn't get to go to Spotlight get to play too. I don't actually know how many people were included with it, but yeah, that's why I wasn't playing Overwatch today, because I told you guys literally 2 months ago that I was excited to play the at a stadium, and then I know that I'm gonna get to play this a little early, which is next week in like 4 days. So like, how the hell am I supposed to go back and play Overwatch for the next couple days when I don't really want to play that as much as I want to play this, right? I'd rather just play this. So yeah, so next week on the 14th, this gameplay trailer is going to launch, and then later on this same day, we're going to get to play it and stream it. So the trailer will go live at 9 a.m., and then we get to jump in and play at 11 a.m., so about 2 hours later. So to answer your question, I just want to say, do you know how often this shit happens? Where you guys come in and ask me to play something or ask me to do something, and I'm not doing it at the moment, and I have a very good reason, but I literally can't tell you. And how often you're probably disappointed and I'm not giving you a real answer and I literally fucking can't. You know what I mean? It happens more often than you'd probably ever want to know. But yeah, looking forward to this. Looks cool.
So I will look at the direwolf thing, okay? They have bioengineered a dead species back to life, to an extent. Not completely. New mount drop, exactly.
The howl of a dire wolf hasn't been heard on planet Earth for more than 10,000 years.
That's a long time.
That's because the species is extinct, or was. Colossal Biosciences is a Dallas-based company that's using genetic engineering to de-extinct long-gone species. And this is
I want it.
Not
Yep.
this one.
I want it back.
Raptor. No.
I want it back. Bring him back.
the first time Colossal's dire wolf pups, who are now 6 months old,
big ones,
have been seen by the public.
That's crazy.
Hey Ben, it's Jeff Kluger from Time Magazine. A pleasure to meet you. Tell me a little bit about what the goal is for de-extincting and rewilding ultimately. Why are you...
This is another step in making catgirls real.
See? What I just said. Everybody wants anthropomorphic people right now, I guess. And beyond.
I just realized that.
Oh.
Holy fuck.
You doing this work?
It became abundantly clear that we need new tools and technologies for conservation. And so we thought this was a really cool way that we could create value, create impact, inspire people,
It was
and then
really
also
a good
hopefully thoughtfully rewild some of these
those
species,
dogs?
which apparently will also have ecological benefits to these different potential ecosystems.
To try and do that, Colossal needed to understand dire wolves at a genetic level.
Well, yeah, that's why
the company has documented the process from the beginning and shared this footage with Time for a cover story.
This Remus is a direwolf. Holy fuck. So we can just 3D print more white rhinos? That seems pretty easy. Fuck.
So can you tell me a little bit about what went into engineering the dire wolf?
We extracted DNA from 2 fossils that we knew from previous work had some amount of preserved ancient DNA. One was a 13,000-year-old bone, and the other was a 72,000-year-old bone, an inner ear bone. We were able to generate 2 genomes, 2 direwolf genome sequences from that, which we then compared to all the other wolves for which there's already been data generated. And when we do that, we want to figure out where it is that these 2 dire wolves are similar to each other, but different from the other wolves that are out there. And so we come up with this list of genes where they're distinct. Now, our goal in the dire wolf project, just like with all de-extinction projects, is to re-engineer the core traits, the core characteristics that made these extinct species unique and able to fill whatever role that they filled in their...
See, this is an important thing, is I feel like, I don't know if I fully understand this, but this seems like they're not really making a new version of Super Mario. They're emulating Super Mario on a PC. I think that's effectively like a metaphor for what they're doing here.
Their ecosystems when they were still alive.
Using this knowledge, Colossal then made 20 modifications to 14 genes in the DNA of common gray wolf cells.
So you make them white.
These relatively few tweaks to the genetic code produce some big differences. The dire wolf's white coat, large size, characteristic vocalizations like that howling you heard at the beginning of the story, and more. That DNA was
can you still pet them? Like, or did they bite you now? Like, cause that's what I want to, like, if you, is this like, cause like you need to make it to where like they're like a cat.
Transferred to denucleated egg cells, meaning cells without their own genetic material, and then developed into embryos and were then implanted in the wombs of surrogate mothers, who were hound mixed dogs.
What the fuck?
We didn't know how big these embryos would grow and wanted to make sure that the surrogate was healthy. So we picked large dogs.
Romulus and Remus, named after the Roman mythological twin brothers who were raised by a wolf, were born on October 1st.
I thought Romulus and Remus were real, but them being raised by a wolf was not real.
2024. And in January, they were joined by a younger sister that the Colossal team named Khaleesi.
Good one.
Each wolf is on track to grow to as large as 6 feet long and 150 pounds. Colossal isn't planning to reintroduce them to the wild. Instead, the 3 dire wolves will live out their lives on a fenced 2,000-acre preserve.
That's nice.
Colossal does not want to disclose this location in order to protect the animals.
That's smart.
I think these are the luckiest animals ever. They will live their entire life on this protected ecological reserve where they have all sorts of space and they have natural denning environment and they have an inclement weather hut that they can go and hide out in if they need to. They have 24-hour veterinary care.
Dire wolves aren't the only species on Colossal's de-extinction agenda.
It's not possible, Asmon. Come on. It's not.
I'm waiting.
Maybe in next 40 years.
I've been waiting for a while for this.
An American company says it has genetically engineered mice so that they have developed some traits like mammoths.
This is, by the way, another link towards the first Cat Girls. This is the beginning. You might not know it, but I think that everybody will realize in time.
Small but potentially important step in a quest to eventually bring back the prehistoric woolly mammoth.
They hope to de-extinct the woolly mammoth as early as 2028.
I wonder what it's going to taste like.
The company is also hoping to bring back the dodo and the Tasmanian.
Yeah, I heard that dodo birds were like retarded or something, right? So like, won't they just get extinct again because they're stupid? Yeah, I think that's what happened, right? Yeah, they're just gonna get God again.
Dodo and the Tasmanian tiger.
I don't know if we need this one again.
If some of this genetic tinkering feels familiar, it's because Hollywood has been here first.
Well, why the fuck? Like, just answer the obvious question. Like, when are we gonna get a dinosaur? Like, I don't care about like fucking like a woolly mammoth. Yeah, it's kind of cool, but it's just like an elephant with fur, right? Like, I mean, where's a fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex?
And spoiler alert, we all know that didn't end well.
No, it would end. No, bro. Like, you literally just just use a rocket launcher. Like, have you ever played Turok? You can easily beat these things. It's easy. Like, these guys lost to a rock.
So naturally, bioethicists have some concerns.
When you're playing with nature, nature usually wins. Nature is much more complicated than the ability of our brains to understand it.
That's true.
Genes do many things. There may be a lot of unintended consequences. Let's say we alter a gene to make extra hair or to make it burn metabolism more, burn fat more. Those genes may do other things in ways that we just don't even understand. So we may create animals that have lots of medical problems. If we start tinkering with genes, we may create a super mouse, a super rat that kills all the other animals around.
To be fair, that's an extremely good point that he's making, and it's just he's basically making an artificial invasive species argument, which is, I think that, yeah, of course.
But the team at Colossal says their mission to restore extinct species is also about stopping the disappearance of endangered ones today, as experts predict Earth will lose 30% of its genetic diversity by 2050.
Wow.
Colossal has used techniques learned from the Direwolf project to clone 4 red wolves, a small but important...
That's not red. What are you talking about?
...step in fortifying that endangered species.
Why you have to look like...
Or they think we're stupid?
The 4 new wolves could help inject fresh
No
DNA
way.
into the red wolf gene pool, which currently suffers from a so-called genetic bottleneck. the result of too few individuals carrying too little genetic variety to keep the species healthy.
Yes, it would be really amazing to
incest?
see a mammoth. It would be great for the habitats of Tasmania to have a keystone predator reintroduced into that ecosystem. But the tools that we're developing on the path to the
incest behavior around and animals are basically normal. There's no defect effects.
these species have immediate application to species that are not yet extinct. A future that is both biodiverse and filled with people. We should be giving ourselves the opportunity to see what our big brains can do to reverse some of the bad things that we've done to the world already.
There's a huge need to help prevent animals from becoming endangered and going extinct. We need to spend more money on conservation. Particularly now, there's a lot of threats that lands that we have as national parks and as preserves are going to be used for drilling oil.
The chat is absolutely stupid. They don't know about absolutely nothing about nature.
For instance.
I wonder if they could have one of these that like torrent, you know? Because like, if you took one of these and then you like put it together with like a goat or a horse, you probably have like torrent like in Elden Ring. Probably like a goat, because goats can jump, right?
And so there's a lot of habitats where species now live that are going to be under threat. So, and there's not enough money to help with conservation efforts.
Will there be next generation direwolves naturally is not known yet? Well, yeah, obviously. Possibility sign. Yeah, wow, what the fuck? Okay, so like, how the fuck did you go through this and not talk about dinosaurs? Like, this is really cool. It's definitely cool that they have.
They had
dogs,
what
right?
the
Like,
hell?
These are really cool. But like, where are the dinosaurs? That's what we need to know about, right? They did. Well, they didn't explain like when they're gonna happen, right? Because like,
In a very long time, I guess.
that's what I'm wondering is like, when are the dinosaurs gonna happen? Like, you have these as well, right? I mean, you can go and look at this one, right?
You have to farm everything.
Like, you got
right?
plenty of these dinosaurs right here, and like, you're telling me the best that you can do is the dog? No, man. Like, I think we could do way better than that. What about a long boy? Yeah, like, I mean, we get plenty of long boys here. Like, what about them? Like, you got so many of these. It could happen. Baby steps. I know. But I want it to happen. Dinosaurs can't happen because the DNA's gone. Nah, just do it. Just do it anyway. Like, they can just make it up. Like, you know what they look like. I mean, fuck. Just go ahead, put them together. Yeah, make it happen. Why not? And like, you look at some of these look at that. That would be crazy, bro. Like, we need a Triceratops. That's the main one that I want. And if you could have those, I wonder if you could ride them.
Are you serious?
That's the big question, right? It's like, if you could ride a Triceratops, that would be fucking crazy. I would love that.
Oh my god. Is he 6 or 34 or how old he is actually?
Mario Kart should cost $90 because, hear me out, don't get mad yet. There's way more video left and you're gonna get way angry at the end of now. It should cost $90 because Black Ops 6 can't even launch and that game sold 500 million copies, okay? So as long as the game can launch, Mario Kart should cost $90. It's only fair. $60 for unlaunchable games, $90 for games that can launch. But then I remembered Pokemon Violet.
Deeply unfinished.
Just does not feel good to play with.
With issues ranging from an incomplete world
Textures are often blurry
to massive and ubiquitous technical problems.
Pocket Monster Scarlet and Violet has sold over 10 million units within
3 days.
Now, we haven't played Mario Kart yet, but we already know that it's twice as good as Pokemon Violet, and that's the meanest thing I've ever said about Mario Kart. So since Pokemon costs $60, Mario Kart should cost $120 because it's double the fun of Pokemon. But then I realized that this game is open world, and that means that we need to open our wallets and pay all the money in the world for this game. And that's why I think Mario Kart should cost $200. This is what we want to pay. You get Yoshi, you get Wario, you get to pay $200 for a video game. But then I realized that the free pack-in game that shows off the Switch technology, that's actually $60. So what I propose is that for the people dumb enough to buy that, they should get a $3 discount for Mario Kart World, which costs $233 total. I think what Nintendo has realized is that gamers are extremely weak-willed and will pay unlimited money for the lowest quality games.
Wow!
Every comment in the chat was drop the price.
All caps, drop the price.
The whole duration of the Treehouse Live.
Which is why Nintendo has delayed pre-orders until next week when they will forget that they were angry. However, we have to take tariffs into account, and that's gonna bump up the price of the console to about $700. And when pre-orders do go up, those are probably going to sell out within 10 minutes. So we also have to take into account the scalper markup. Overall, we're looking at $1,800 for the Switch 2 and $500 for Mario Kart. This is what we like to see. The Donkey Kong, though, will cost $7,000 because that game looks phenomenal.
Sure, I hope he's not right. I hope he's not right.
Are we alone in the universe? Some of the smartest folks in the world aren't convinced. While searching the stars for signs of intelligent life, we've discovered what could be actual proof.
Of course we are not. It will be a waste of space.
Proof of advanced megastructures out in space that defy human explanation.
Oh, yeah.
Could this be first contact? Or is it possible alien life is hiding even closer than we ever expected? Put on your lab coat as I break down the 6 most exciting breakthroughs of recent evidence which scientists say prove alien life exists. Going solar. Searching for intelligent beings out
Dyson spheres. Yeah, this
in
is
the
what I
universe
like
sounds
to
like an
see.
impossibly daunting task. But back in 2015, one group of astronomers at Uppsala University in Sweden decided they were up to the challenge. With a team of just 5 people, they believed they had a way of finding proof of real-life aliens hiding out in our galaxy. And today, their hypothesis seems more likely than ever. But how did they go about doing it? Well, they decided to look for something called a Dyson sphere. What? Don't worry, I'm here to explain. Theorized by physicist Freeman Dyson in the 1960s, Freeman imagined an intelligent civilization somewhere out in space thousands of years more advanced than ours. Using our industrial development as a framework, he predicted that each technological innovation made by this civilization would require larger and larger amounts of energy. With the growing demand, their need for resources would eventually force them to go off-world. After this, the final and most insane stage of their interplanetary expansion would be the construction of a massive biosphere that harnessed the raw energy of a star. Yep, you heard. To put this into perspective, imagine all the energy currently produced by humans on Earth in a single year. Now, how many times more energy do you think the sun produces every second? 10 times more? Try almost 600 million times more.
But we can't do anything with such a power. Anything.
If we could capture all the energy the sun outputs in a single second, we could power the entire world for almost 600 million years at our current energy usage. But could an alien species really become so advanced that it could capture all this power? Some
course,
academics say yes. 3 years after Freeman died,
There's actually even mega structured planets. like factory. But that, maybe he mentioned this.
Dyson published his paper on Dyson spheres. Astrophysicist Nikolai Kardashev proposed a three-tiered scale for ranking potential civilizations based on energy consumption levels. A Type 1 civilization would be advanced enough to harness and store all the potential power of their home planet. That means everything, including wind, solar, geothermal, even the starlight that falls on the planet. Right now, humanity is generally considered a 0.7, with some arguing that we'll reach Type 1 status around the 24th century. A Type 2 civilization, meanwhile, would be one that's developed to the point where it can harvest all the power of its solar system. And a Type 3 civilization, an entire galaxy. The latter two civilizations would be capable of building a
This is insane. By galaxy, you mean from vacuum? Like that's infinite energy.
Dyson sphere. Since the 1990s, plenty of groups have tried looking for the elusive megastructure, yet all have failed. Which brings us back to our Swedish scientists. Since 2015, using huge swaths of optical data, they've been conducting the largest Dyson sphere hunt in history. They called the search project Hephaestus, named after the Greek god of fire and blacksmithing. Get it? The fire is the star, and it's like aliens are smithing a sphere around it. Very clever. Now it just came down to knowing what signs to look for. Most popular depictions of Dyson spheres show a massive globe encompassing every inch of the sun. Such an enormous structure, however, might well be mechanically impossible. For one, you'd need to collect a truly absurd amount of material to make something that massive. If, for example, we decided to build a Dyson sphere around our sun, we'd probably need to break down and use every single planet in our solar system. And even that might not be enough. Plus, all it would take is some floating rock to smack a hole in it, or for the sphere to drift a bit too close to the sun, and suddenly our interplanetary...
Well, this is one type of Dyson sphere. There actually could be a modular one around the entire solar system.
The construction project would become the galaxy's most enormous scrap
Much
heap.
smaller.
To remedy this, some people have theorized a series of rings moving around a star, which would both require less material and be less likely to drift or be hit. Still, others have imagined it as a swarm of hundreds or even millions of solar panels or satellites all collecting power at once and transmitting back to the host planet. This, of course, would come with its own set of difficulties. No matter their shape, though, if they exist, even in partial form, it should be possible to see them from millions of light years away. Project Hephaestus started their search by looking for Kardashev's proposed Type 3 civilization. Their hope was to find massive dark spots in other galaxies that could indicate a collection of hundreds or millions of Dyson spheres.
Nah, that's stupid.
However, after analyzing the optical data of over 1,300 disk galaxies, they found that less than 1% showed any potential signs of extraterrestrial megastructures. Not exactly a great result. But the search was far from over. Their next step was to go to the painstaking lengths of analyzing individual stars in our galaxy for signs of the structures. Project Hephaestus collected a ton of information from various satellites and the 2-mass optical survey, a vast and detailed infrared map of the entire sky.
This is not entire sky, this is entire universe.
But unlike images from more state-of-the-art satellites like the James Webb Telescope, they weren't going through beautiful murals showing the vast cosmos. Instead, they were looking at long strings of data and blurry pictures of dots. Sounds fun. And with data on roughly 5 million stars within 1,000 light-years of Earth, the task must have seemed impossible. But how do you differentiate between a regular star and one with a Dyson sphere? Well, Hephaestus narrowed their search by specifically looking for 2 kinds of phenomena. The first was stars with dark spots, potential shadows from a massive object. The second was signs of thermal waste. It's a basic rule of thermodynamics that any object that absorbs heat will eventually need to convert or expel it. Imagine a car engine. When the fuel ignites, it generates thermal energy. Most of that is converted into power, but some of it escapes as excess heat. So just like the engine, if a Dyson megastructure collected all that solar radiation, so too might a small amount of waste heat trail off from the star. This excess trail of infrared radiation could potentially be visible from even millions of light years away. So using these two criteria, they searched and searched. And finally, in 2024, boom, they found a candidate. In fact, they found a whopping 7 candidates, the closest being 466 light years away. So is that it? Aliens are out there? Well, let's not pop the champagne just yet. Despite the stars being partially obscured, some argue that rather than the fault of a megastructure, the obstruction is caused by a debris disk, which is a collection of dust and rock floating around a star. Think of it like the asteroid belt in our own solar system. However, Hephaestus pushed back against this, arguing that all 7 candidates are surrounding M-dwarf stars, which are much smaller, older stars in comparison to our Sun. With their weaker gravitational pull, M-dwarfs are far less likely to have a debris disk. Okay, but the cynics didn't stop there. See, the trailing heat signatures might not necessarily be from a Dyson sphere and could actually signify a far more mundane phenomenon. Hot dogs. No, not those ones. I mean, hot dust-obscured galaxies. You see, 3 of the candidates were very close to strong radio sources, that is, objects emitting radio waves. This suggested the presence of quasars near them. For those who aren't space nerds, a quasar is the ultra-bright core of a distant galaxy, and they often toss up a whole lot of very hot dust. This means they radiate infrared, which could be giving Hephaestus a false positive. But what about the other 4? Well, they're not guaranteed either. You see, the wavelengths of light emitted by all 7 stars are very similar, meaning if the first 3 really are obscured by hot dogs, then it's very likely the rest are too. That said, we don't really know if hot dogs are to blame or not, so the Dyson sphere theory is still feasible. Besides, if there really are alien civilizations out there so advanced they can suck up the energy from stars, it's not that far-fetched to think that they could hide their tracks. So despite all the critics, Project Hephaestus have still dug up some pretty insane hints that we're not alone in this universe. Plus, there's one more Dyson sphere candidate I haven't talked about yet. Tabby's star first got attention back in 2016 for exhibiting strange fluctuations in brightness. Put it this way, if Jupiter were to pass in front of our Sun, it'd dim the light by about 0.5%. Tabby's star, on the other hand, has changed by as much as a staggering 22%. Confused, scientists consulted old photographic plates of the night sky to see if the star had been chronicled. It had, and with shock they realized that over the course of the 20th century, it had reduced in brightness by some 20%. This is literally unheard of, leading some to speculate that the gradual construction of a dome-like structure around it was the answer. Okay, I'm convinced. What's the catch? Well, in 2017, astronomers noticed that Tabby was starting to dim again and were determined not to miss the opportunity. So they observed the star using multiple ground telescopes and found that whatever was there blocked different colors of light unevenly, with blue being blocked more than red. This suggests that rather than some solid structure like a sphere or ring, the dimming is caused by something like a thick sheet of space dust. But if it really was just a bunch of hot space dust like last time, we'd expect the same thermal heat trail as before. And guess what? We don't have it. So what gives? Other theories range from a cloud of disintegrating comets to extreme magnetic activity, but the truth is we just don't know. What do you think about all this? Have we found the biggest hint of alien life yet? Or is the answer something altogether more bland? Let me know in the comments. And now it's time to turn our attention a little closer to home. Contact cover-ups. Ever since the infamous Roswell incident way back in 1947, people have suspected the U.S. government of hiding the existence of aliens.
I loved it.
But most accusations were treated as the ramblings of conspiracy brain crackpots. That is, until now. On the 13th of November 2024, the House Oversight Committee held a hearing on the covert cover-ups of unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs. It was the follow-up to a 2023 hearing where trusted former intelligence officials accused the U.S. government of hiding evidence of extraterrestrials. For more on that first hearing, check out the video linked at the end. At this 2024 hearing, congressional leaders heard from 2 new whistleblowers who revealed some truly unbelievable information. The first speaker was Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who was involved in a supposed UAP sighting in 2015. I'm now going to play a clip of Gallaudet describing the sighting from his perspective, animating the story as he goes.
Confirmation that UAPs are real came to me in January of 2015 when I was serving as the commander of the Navy Meteorology and Oceanography Command. At the time, my personnel were participating in a pre-deployment naval exercise off the U.S. East Coast. It included the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group, and this exercise was overseen by the United States Fleet Forces Command, led by a 4-star admiral who at the time was also my superior officer. During this exercise, I received an email on Navy's secure network from the operations officer of U.S. Fleet Forces Command. The email was addressed to all the subordinate commanders, and the subject line read in all capital letters, "Urgent Safety of Flight Issue." The text of the email was brief but alarming, with words to the effect, "If any of you know what these are, tell me ASAP. We are having multiple near mid-air collisions, and if we do not resolve this soon, we are going to have to shut down the exercise."
Attached to the emails was this recently declassified footage showing an unknown object flying at truly unbelievable speeds during the training exercise.
What the? How fast is that?
Initially, the operations officer assumed it must have been covert government technology. However, the next day, Gallaudet said the emails had disappeared without any explanation. Okay, that's pretty suspicious. And things only got weirder. In the weeks that followed, Gallaudet attended meetings with high-ranking officials at Fleet Forces Command, where they totally ignored the incident, offering no support or explanation about the UAP sighting at all. Had Gallaudet's team stumbled upon some classified military tech, or was something far weirder happening? My bet's on the latter. Seeing how this is just one of many similar videos declassified by the Pentagon, there's certainly something fishy going on here. But if Gallaudet's story sounded strange, then former intelligence official Luis Elizondo's testimony will shock you to your core.
Let me be clear. UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technology.
Of course they do. They don't want to destroy. Like, they are just guarding us, like sacred garden they built here. That's
as
it.
are some of our adversaries.
They don't want to
I believe
destroy
we're in the midst of a
their
multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies.
Wow, talk about an explosive testimony. Elizondo has long claimed he worked with the Defense Department on a shadowy program to investigate UFO sightings.
Not the...
Apparently, he's seen emails and documentation describing regular surveillance from extraterrestrials across the United States.
In regards to these aircraft being piloted by whatever they might be, non-human biologics, would you agree that it's likely that they are being piloted by some mind-body connection?
Ma'am, I think it is safe to presume here that they are being intelligently controlled because some cases seem to anticipate our maneuvers, and in other cases they seem to, I came across an email where the word "stalked" was used in a very secure email between Navy officers discussing their ships being pursued by a UAP.
He said that not only do they have proof of UAPs moving in and out of U.S. airspace for decades, but that they've collected and even started reverse engineering crashed spacecrafts. Elizondo even accused the U.S. government of secretly holding on to the remains of actual aliens.
In the discussions, it's simply about material, or is there discussion about it was previously testified that there's biologics that were collected. Are you aware of any of that?
I am, sir, aware of the reporting that biologics have been recovered. Again, my focus was more nuts and bolts, looking at the physical aspects of these phenomenon, how they interacted around military equities and nuclear equities. So I'm certainly not a medical expert. I would not be able to probably provide you a whole lot of value in that simply because I don't have the expertise.
But was anything described as that we have possession of bodies?
Yes.
We have is it multiple types of creatures, or?
Sir, I couldn't answer that. I can tell you anecdotally that it was discussed quite a bit when I was at the Pentagon. The problem is the supposed collection of these biological samples occurred before my time, in fact, before I was even born.
Pretty.
See, I know it all the time. Like, what the fuck? They just covering up, and now everything they releasing information like nothing. They just need to prepare people for the fact, but the people are not ready. Not now.
Wild, right? Only thing is, neither witness could provide any actual evidence for allegedly legal reasons, saying they could only give details in a more private setting. Ugh, come on. Still, with whistleblowers as high-ranking as Galaudet and Elizondo, it's hard not to be suspicious that something very real is happening here. As of the time I'm making this video, the US government hasn't made a statement on these testimonies. If that changes, you can bet I'll be right there with another update. Life on Mars. No planet has captured the imagination quite like Mars, with countless movies and books imagining Martian civilizations that rival our own. Yet early exploration has only revealed a dry, empty wasteland. Or has it? In 2018, NASA's Mars InSight lander successfully touched down on the red planet. Using a seismometer, the lander recorded 4 years of strange vibrations from deep within the planet. These vibrations were converted into electrical signals that gave NASA an idea of what's happening below the surface. And what they found was shocking. It turns out there are thousands of tunnels with liquid water moving through the planet. In fact, there may be enough water to cover the entire planet's surface in a half-mile deep ocean, which has some pretty huge implications. Who's to say that some single-cell organisms aren't moving through those tunnels as we speak? Or even something bigger. After the success of the InSight lander, NASA's looking to find something even more shocking. How about the remains of actual Martians? While Mars might be a barren wasteland today, we now know that billions of years ago lakes and rivers littered its surface. It's very possible that some kind of alien life started to develop before Mars gradually lost its atmosphere and dried up. To find out, NASA sent a rover called the Perseverance
I think it was another attempt where to groom humans.
to collect dirt samples to send to Earth for analysis, specifically from a giant hole known as the Jezero crater. Made by the impact of a massive asteroid billions of years ago, it's believed the huge chasm had filled with water, creating a lake roughly 22 miles wide and 100 feet deep. That's a whole lot of lake, with a whole lot of opportunities for life. If tiny microbes had ever swum in those waters, there's a chance their remains may be hidden below the crater's sandy floor. So far, the Perseverance has collected 24 samples, any of which could hold the answer to one of humanity's biggest questions. But there's one problem. Actually getting all those samples back to Earth should be easy, right? I mean, we got the rover there. Think again. While it sounds simple to just send someone to Mars, grab it, and come back, there are a few major setbacks. First off, it's 30 million miles away. Current estimates say a rocket equipped to send a person to Mars would take almost 500 days. not exactly a short trip. Second, NASA would need to build a rocket weighing over 100 tons to make the journey. And third, they'd need to find a way to slow down this blue whale-sized rocket enough that it doesn't go careening straight into the planet. In other words, it's not feasible. What NASA has planned instead is a kind of interplanetary relay race, starting with sending another rocket around the year 2030. The Perseverance will place the sample in this rocket. From there, they plan to set off the first liftoff for Mars, carrying them into orbit. Then a return orbiter is supposed to catch the rocket before flying back to Earth. While this might all sound painfully far away, it's still crazy to think we could be just a couple of decades away from having undeniable proof of Martian life. But do you know what's not painfully far away? The next incredible Be Amazed video. So make sure to click the like and subscribe button so you never miss out on any future out of this world content. Moonmen. Cutting through our Earth-based biases, it's worth remembering that life could start on all kinds of celestial bodies. In fact, one of the most likely contenders in our solar system isn't on a planet at all, but on one of Saturn's ice-covered moons, Enceladus. Until very recently, this rather small moon was considered relatively uninteresting out of the 146 moons circling Saturn. Then, in the mid-2000s, the NASA spacecraft Cassini discovered huge geysers of water spewing from the icy moon's crust and into space. This made Enceladus the only other body in our solar system except for Earth with liquid water on its surface. Their findings also showed the water has incredible chemical diversity containing both carbon dioxide and ammonia, two essential pillars to creating life. But perhaps the most important discovery wasn't that. It's the potentially warm water 19 miles below the surface. See, because Enceladus is so close to Saturn, it causes something called tidal heating. This is when the gravitational forces from Saturn cause the moon to shift, bending and twisting its core and, in the case of Enceladus, breaking up all that deep ice. This process is similar to how our own moon causes ocean tides, but on a much stronger scale. It's down in this warm water where life has the best chance of developing. Ever since these major discoveries, Enceladus has had something of a glow-up in academic circles, sparking questions about whether it could offer a habitable environment for all kinds of aquatic critters. The easiest way to know for sure would involve sending another, more advanced craft not only to collect more ice grains shot up by the moon's geysers, but to actually land on the surface. But it's not likely until at least the 2030s. See, Enceladus is just 311 miles in diameter, which makes it a mere seventh of the size of our moon. This means it has a much weaker orbit, and considering Enceladus is right beside the second largest planet circling our sun, any approaching rocket is gonna struggle to get the landing right. Plus, any mission with a chance of success would need to carry a lot of extra fuel, which is a lot of extra dollar. The proposed Orbalander mission is currently expected to run up a cost of about $3 billion, launch in 2038, and not land until 2050. Nobody ever said finding alien life would be cheap. I just hope I'm still around when they do it. Caller from another world. Whether from the sun, other planets, or objects from far outside our solar system, the Earth is constantly being bombarded with radio waves. But what if, through all that noise, alien life was trying to make contact? The idea is more realistic than you might imagine. On the 15th of August, 1977, the Big Ear Radio Observatory at Ohio State University received a shockingly powerful transmission from up above. I'm talking 30 times more powerful than any other observed background noise. It lasted an astonishing 72 seconds, and on receiving the signal, astronomer Jerry R. Eman excitedly scrawled "Wow" next to the reading. Ever since, it became known as the Wow signal. So where the heck did it come from? Was it some advanced civilization sending out a message across the stars? Many have tried to find out. Some cynical astronomers claim human-made interference simply led to a false reading. Others argue a powerful radioactive flare from the sun shot through an interstellar cloud of hydrogen gas and was picked up by the observatory. But some people disagree. See, the frequency was the same as the one neutral hydrogen emits, one of the simplest elements around. So they argue that if there is intelligent life out there, they'd also know how common this frequency is. Therefore, they could have used it to send out a signal they knew we'd receive. Maybe some kind of universal SOS. Although, at this stage it feels like I've wrapped my tinfoil hat a bit too tight. It does raise a good question, though. If an alien was trying to contact us using radio waves, what would it even look like? For decades, astronomers have focused on looking for something called a radio techno-signature, a kind of radio wave that appears to be sent by some form of advanced technology. To do so, they scour vast data sets looking for distinct unusual patterns, which can be a slow and dull process. That's where new artificial intelligence technology is coming in clutch. Peter Ma, an undergrad at the University of Toronto, has incorporated it into his work to help detect 8 new techno-signatures, all emitted from 5 stars between 30 and 90 light-years away. While these exciting finds might not be from ET, it's still a massive step towards us one day finding a real alien signal. Until then, I'll continue using AI for more important things, like reminding myself how to fry eggs.
Step 6. Throw eggs into trash. You burned them again, you pathetic loser.
Crash landing. Did you know that every year close to 17,000 meteorites fall to Earth? While most simply turn to dust in the atmosphere, one meteor that fell just outside Papua New Guinea might have hidden something truly astonishing. In 2014, an interstellar object entered our atmosphere before crashing into the ocean near Manus Island. Most simply assumed it was a common meteor, except in 2019 it caught the eye of theoretical astrophysicist and Harvard professor Avi Loeb. One detail that immediately got his attention was the incredible speed of the object. The very fastest meteorites rarely hit 90,000 miles per hour, but this one, it rocketed to Earth at a staggering 110,000 miles per hour. Avi was convinced this indicated that it was the first documented case of an object from outside our solar system falling to Earth. So convinced, he gave his theory a confidence rating of 99.99999%. Not much wiggle room for error. And just 3 years later, he'd be proven right, with the U.S. Department of Defense putting out a letter backing up his claim. But Avi didn't stop there. He also theorized that the crashed object might be of alien origin. Determined not to rest on his laurels in 2023, Avi led an expedition to the crash site. The crew boarded a ship with a sled of magnets attached to it, which they lowered to the ocean floor before combing 100 miles of the area. Once they took their findings back to the lab, they discovered they'd picked up more than 700 sub-millimeter-sized spherules of metal. So tiny they had to be viewed under a microscope. These strange pearl-like objects were made of iron, magnesium, and titanium. If they did come from the asteroid, they'd be the first metals ever discovered from beyond our solar system. But how can we know for sure? Some have already pushed back against Avi's findings, arguing that the spheres are nothing but human-produced coal ash. Others say they were made by a different asteroid thousands of years ago. Some scholars have even argued that the acoustic data Avi supposedly used to track the location of the meteor was off. They claim that the sound Avi believed to be the meteor was actually just the sound of a passing truck being picked up by the seismometer. Man, imagine what a buzzkill that would be. Fortunately, Avi's not let the naysayers get him down and intends to go back to the Pacific and seek out more of these spherules in the hopes of tracking even larger debris, maybe even the object's core. With that, he might just find out if this meteor shows signs of a far more sophisticated origin.
While Avi is scouring the ocean floor, others are still searching space, specifically a 1,300-foot-long cigar-shaped object that flew through our solar system in 2017. This weird rock is Oumuamua, and with its elongated shape and the fact it was observed to significantly vary its speed as it moved through our system, some are theorizing the object may actually be some kind of alien probe. However, several scientists suggested Oumuamua was a natural, albeit unusually shaped, space rock, and may have been accelerated as the sun melted ice from its side, creating a propulsive trail of force. Still, some scientists are holding out hope for Oumuamua. Meanwhile, other folks believe proof of aliens won't be found up in space or deep underwater, but walking among us. Whether it's strange sightings caught on home video cameras, supposed leaked government recordings, or nightmarish first-hand encounters, like these two, which, while a little unnerving, have since been debunked as a kid with pants on his head and a realistic-looking short film project, respectively. This fella, or Skinny Bob as he's often called, is trickier to place. This grainy footage is often touted as being leaked from Soviet Russia, and alongside other supposed leaked footage appeared on the Ivan0135 YouTube channel in 2011. The internet is awash with people arguing over its validity, although if this was real government footage, I somehow doubt they'd let this video stay up with over 1 million views.
Yeah.
But maybe that's exactly what they want me to think. The channel has enough.
It's a sweet. See?
Uploaded since 2011, so we may never get the smoking proof that blows this story wide open. But if you want something ground-shaking, in 2022 the world was stunned by the reported discovery of actual mummified aliens. UFOologist and journalist Jaime Maussan presented a pair of bizarre specimens to the Congress of Mexico, which he stated under oath that scientists had dated back 1,000 years and were recovered from Peru back in 2017. He stopped just short of calling them extraterrestrials, but with the three-fingered hands and oversized heads, the press jumped to the obvious conclusion. Crazily, when shipped onto a cargo flight to Mexico, these bodies were seized by Peruvian authorities. Passed over to forensics, investigators shockingly concluded that these bodies were in fact nothing more than dolls made of paper glue and metal, plus human and animal bones. Some argue this is an all too convenient cover-up, but I'll leave those decisions to you, humans. So do any of these potential alien sightings have you convinced? If you're hungry for more, check out my other video exploring the best evidence that aliens exist. Thanks for watching.
The real reason.
If you ever happen to visit southern Panama, there's a good chance you'll see a small plane flying overhead. But these planes aren't carrying excited holidaymakers. Instead, they've got some drastically different passengers on board. Worms. Well, screwworms to be exact. And despite the wriggly name, these guys are actually a species of fearsome fly that have wreaked havoc around the Americas for centuries. With that said, it might sound strange that over the course of the week, planes will drop nearly 15 million of these buzzing bugs over southern Panama. And while this may sound like a curious case of biological warfare, this puzzling program is designed for one thing and one thing only. These fly drops are actually part of a decades-long collaboration between the U.S. and Panama, keeping Northern and Central America safe from the exact species of fly being dropped from the planes. Intrigued and maybe a little confused? Well, buckle up as we uncover how X-rays, donuts, and one boy's curiosity led to one of the most adventurous projects in scientific history.
What?
Right before we get into how 15 million screwworms ended up getting dumped out of a plane in southern Panama, we need to know who exactly we're dealing with. And don't worry, we'll get to their confusing name in a bit. These critters love nothing more than dining on living flesh. From cows to deer and dogs to human, these critters don't care what they munch on as long as it's fleshy and got a heartbeat. Now I warn you, things are only gonna get more grisly from here. Mother screwworms are attracted by the smell of open wounds. After finding a scratch or a graze on their victim, they'll lay their eggs inside it. How many? Oh, just the 400. And here's when the real trouble starts. When hatched, the maggots, which get their name from their screw-shaped worm-like appearance, munch through flesh, creating a larger and larger wound. Not only is this extremely painful for the host, their screwworm-filled wounds can also become infected, often leading to fatalities. Not that those dreaded screwworms care. Once those menacing maggots have fattened up, they drop off their victim and pupate, before emerging as flies, starting the blood-chilling cycle all over again. Anyone else got chills? Turns out those sinister screwworms have been plaguing the planet for centuries. Back in 1858, prisoners at a penal colony on Devil's Island in French Guiana were, well, dropping like flies. An investigation revealed that this was caused by an infestation of an eerie insect that was eating the prisoners' flesh. Samples of the worm-like larvae were collected and the flies were hatched for study. Dr. Charles Cockerell, a French naval surgeon and insect guru, first described them, giving them their scientific name, C. hominivorax. That's man-eater to you and me. So we've now established screwworms aren't your typical fly that cause little trouble other than an irritating buzzing sound. These guys are grisly killers. And no one knew that better than American farmers at the start of the 20th century. Screwworms thrive in warm, humid environments, reproducing more rapidly in such conditions. This made the southern U.S. farmlands a prime place for infestations. By the 1930s, the situation was so severe that screwworms were killing up to $10 million worth of livestock every year in the southern U.S. Clearly, something needed to be done. In fairness, efforts were made to tackle the problem. For instance, livestock breeding schedules were planned to occur in the colder winter months when screwworm activity was minimal, reducing the risk of infestation in vulnerable newborn animals. Likewise, procedures like castration and branding that gave animals wounds took place over winter too. Thanks to an educational program developed in the late 1930s, farmers across southern U.S. learned that screwworm cases could be reduced by treating wounds with a colorless liquid known as benzol, as well as pine tar oil. Though these practices initially helped to reduce livestock losses, they weren't sustainable long-term solutions to the problem, and each summer during peak screwworm season, infestation rates would consistently skyrocket. In fact, in the 1950s, nearly 20 years after initial efforts were made to solve America's screwworm headache, the agriculture sector was losing up to $100 million a year in livestock losses. Obviously, winter livestock breeding schedules in pine tar oil weren't doing the trick. Somehow, someone needed to create a plan, not to deal with screwworm infestations, but to eradicate these critters entirely. And that's where Edward Nippling comes in. Born in Texas in 1909, Nip, as his friends used to call him, grew up on his parents' small farm. Even as a young kid, Nip didn't shy away from working on the farm. He later said that
every plant we grew had some type of insect that was causing damage.
Even worse, the Nippling's farm, like so many others, suffered with screwworms. One of Nip's most troubling tasks was treating baby calves that were suffering from dreaded screwworm infestations. As a result, Nip saw firsthand just how devastating these awful insects were, making him determined to find a solution to America's screwworm problem. In his 20s, Nip found work with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, or USDA, and in 1931 he was tasked with researching the behavior and life cycle of his archenemy, the screwworm. By 1937, he teamed up with a young colleague, Raymond Bushland. Together, the two of them would study the mating habits of screwworm flies. Trust me, it's not as weird as it sounds. They observed that male flies mated repeatedly while female flies mated just once in their lifetime. And with that, the pair of scientists had a light bulb.
Just kill the males and that's it.
If a female screwworm mated with a sterile male, she'd produce no offspring. And because females only mate once in their life, this would significantly reduce the screwworm population. So if male flies could be produced in large numbers, sterilized, and then released into an environment, they'd overload an area with fertile males. As a result, the female screwworms would more likely mate with sterile males, producing no offspring, and ta-da! Screwworms eradicated. Sounds perfect. There was just one teeny tiny problem. How on earth do you go about sterilizing a bunch of male screwworm flies? Just as Nippling and Bushland were frantically trying to finalize their screwworm sterilization plan, the work was brought to a halt. In 1941, the U.S. entered World War II. As a result, their work now shifted to repelling and controlling insects that threatened Allied troops with diseases. Once the war finished, though, the scientists quickly went back to studying screwworms. Thanks to the horrific consequences of atomic bombs dropped on Japan, scientists now knew that high doses of radiation could damage human tissues and cells. In 1950, equipped with this knowledge, scientist Hermann Mueller discovered that fruit flies exposed to radiation via an X-ray could be sterilized. Essentially, the radiation emitted from an X-ray contains enough energy to break up DNA molecules in the reproductive cells of each fly. In males, this results in sperm that fails to produce offspring. Though Mueller's findings excited Nippling and Bushland, their laboratory didn't have the equipment or funds to carry out a similar experiment on screwworm flies. Determined to find a solution, Bushland smuggled some screwworms into the X-ray lab of an Army hospital in Texas where some of his friends worked. Now, as you can already work out, this was a pretty bad idea. First, military bases aren't exactly keen on people just sneaking into them, especially when you're sneaking in parasites that feast on open wounds. And let's not forget this was a military hospital where there will likely be a whole lot of injured humans. Undeterred, Bushland carried out the daring experiment, and it was just as well he did. He discovered that screwworms subjected to X-ray radiation at 5 days old survived, emerging as healthy adults. Even more importantly, though, they'd been successfully sterilized. So these whizzes had figured out how to sterilize screwworms. Now Nippling and Bushland needed to prove their sterilized males could mate with fertile females in the wild. In 1951, the perfect opportunity arose for Nippling and Bushland to test the sterile insect technique as it became known. Sanibel Island, a 20-square-mile stretch of land found a mile off the coast of Florida, was dealing with a nasty screwworm outbreak with flies ravaging the island's goat population. Considering that Sanibel Island is found a mile off mainland America, it was the perfect place for controlled testing. Sterile male flies were released weekly at a rate of 98 flies per square mile for several months on the island. So, did it work? Well, as much as 80% of the egg masses collected from infected goats on the island were sterile, meaning they failed to hatch. However, the experiment wasn't a complete success. Though Sanibel Island is fairly isolated, some plucky fertile males managed to make the 1-mile migration from the mainland, preventing the population from being completely eradicated. Still, encouraged by the progress that they were making, the scientists remained undeterred. A few years later, in 1954, another opportunity arose for them to test sterile insect technique. This time, the Dutch government asked the USDA for help controlling growing screwworm populations that were ravaging goat and cattle on the island of Curacao, off the coast of Venezuela. Considering Curacao is over 30 miles away from any other land, there wouldn't be any fertile fly migration similar to Sanibel Island. As well as being more isolated, Curacao is also much larger. In all, it stretches over an area of 170 square miles, making it nearly 10 times the size of Sanibel Island. And you know what 170 square miles of space means? A whole bunch of sterile screwworms. So a factory for producing screwworms en masse was set up in Orlando, Florida. Well, I guess Disney World is not the only thing in Florida that'll leave you wide-eyed. At this rearing facility, some 170,000 flies were produced per week before being sterilized with radiation and packaged up in cardboard boxes. From there, they'd be loaded up onto a small plane. Thank God these buzzing bugs were packaged in cardboard boxes. I mean, can you imagine how hard it'd be to get thousands of flies to neatly arrange themselves in the back of a plane? A technician seated in the plane had the fun job of steadily dropping the boxes of sterile flies onto the island below. This ensured the entirety of Curacao was evenly covered. Just as well, imagine if they dropped all those thousands of flies at once. Each week, nearly 800 sterile flies were released per square mile of the island. Incredibly, in less than 6 months, screwworms were completely eradicated from Curacao. In fact, Curacao remains screwworm-free even today. Whatever those scientists were getting paid, it was not enough. The success of the sterile insect technique in Curacao gave farmers in the southern U.S. hope their lands could be cleared of sinister screwworms too. In 1957, a 1,900 square mile test zone was set up in southern Florida. Before long, an uber-sized product plant was set up in Sebring, Florida, capable of producing 50 million sterile flies per week. Each week, planes armed with armies of sterile screwworms flew overhead in Florida, treating every square mile with over 1,000 flies. Despite the high influx of sterile flies, fertile flies still managed to immigrate into the test zone. Still, screwworm numbers dropped. After 3 months, 70% of screwworm eggs in the area were sterile, and the population of these brazen bugs dropped by 90%. With that many sterile screwworms flying about, you won't be surprised to find out these critters were completely eradicated from Florida by 1959. Following the success of the Florida eradication program, the effort soon spread to the southwestern U.S. Here in Mission, Texas, a new plant was built, producing some 200 million sterile flies per week. For some context, that means they produced around 10.5 billion flies per year. That means in just 1 year, this plant produced more flies than there are humans currently living on the planet. Jeez. Beneficial as producing so many sterile screwworms would be, it wasn't an easy process. First up, how do you feed so many of these diminutive devils? Initially, USDA scientists fed them a mixture of warm ground beef and blood. But beef was expensive, so they tried cheaper meats like horse, piglong, whale, and even nutria, a large invasive rodent that was running riot over in the southern U.S. By 1962, the screwworms at the Texan rearing plant were consuming some 240,000 pounds of meat and 10,000 gallons of blood every week. Sounds more like a horror movie than a scientific program. Given their dreadful diet, the flies didn't smell too good. In fact, during sterile screwworm testing in the southwestern U.S., the flies stank so bad, airlines refused to ship them unless workers sprayed the boxes containing screwworms with cologne. Still, despite the soul-destroying stench, the eradication program was a rip-roaring success. By 1966, the U.S. was declared officially free of indigenous screwworms. And that's where our story ends. Just kidding. You thought those screwworms would give up that easily? Oh no. You see, screwworm infestations continued to plague southwestern states in the years after. Why? Well, because fertile screwworms were migrating over from Mexico, where the bugs still hadn't been eradicated.
We need to build a wall, and it has to be built quickly.
By this point, researchers discovered that screwworms could fly distances of up to 180
Crazy.
miles. This meant the southwestern states of the U.S. wouldn't be screwworm-free until the pests were eradicated from Mexico. In August 1972, the Mexican and U.S. governments began the construction of a new sterile screwworm rearing facility in southern Mexico. Once again, yep, you guessed it, the program was a success. So Mexico was freed of screwworms in 1984, and from there, the worm wall extended south through Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador. In 1994, the worm wall reached Panama, after an agreement was reached between the U.S. and Panamanian governments, creating the United States Commission for the Eradication and Prevention of Screwworm, otherwise known as COPEG. The purpose of COPEG is to create a sterile worm wall in southern Panama along a stretch of rainforest known as the Darien Gap. Why here? Well, it's the southernmost point of Central America. That means COPEG's job is to prevent fertile South American screwworms from getting into Central America and protecting all those countries that have eradicated the fearsome flies. At Pacora in northern Panama, you'll find the latest screwworm production facility. 115 people work tirelessly to keep the plant operating 24 hours a day every single day of the year, producing 20 million flies a week. So how does the process work? Though this factory is much more modern than the ones before it, it's still not for the lighthearted. The larvae hatch in a room that's heated to 102 degrees Fahrenheit, mimicking the body temperature of an infected animal that screwworms hatch in the wild. Here they're fed a more modern diet than their predecessors. Still, it's not exactly fine dining. Nowadays, screwworms aren't fed raw meat. Instead, they're given a more economical diet of powdered blood, milk, and egg. How fancy! In a few days, they turn into pupa, at which point they're hit with a zap of gamma radiation, sterilizing them. From there, the sterilized flies are packed into coolers and transported off to the airport in preparation for release day. 4 days a week, a white van known by the workers as the Pupa Mobile drops off batches of sterilized pupa at Copeg's dispersal center, found in a custom-made wing at Panama's Tucumán airport. A repurposed pill-counting machine spits out around 15 ounces of pupa at a time onto aluminum trays. Once they grow into adult screwworms, about 2 days later, they're moved into a cold room, making the flies nice and sleepy. Then the sluggish flies are loaded into metal boxes before being loaded on to the plane. Now here's when things get real fun. Copeg uses retired military aircraft that have been specifically fitted with rotating dispersal machines which spit flies out of the bottom of the plane at a steady rate. Who knew sterilized screwworm tech could be so advanced? Sure beats chucking fly-filled cardboard boxes out the side of a plane. Every single week, Copeg planes will drop some 14.7 million sterilized flies over the Darien province in eastern Panama. Screwworms that up to this point hadn't seen the light of day now will find themselves falling thousands of feet through the air. From there, it's all up to the sterilized screwworms to do their job, if you catch my drift. And well, fair to say, those flirty flies got down to business, as Panama was declared screwworm-free in 2006. So you may be wondering, why are so many sterile screwworms still being released today? After all, Panama was declared screwworm-free. Well, although Panama is virtually free of screwworms, South America, which is found directly below it, still has a wild population of fertile screwworm flies, which pose a constant threat of spreading northward. As a result, the sterile flies released at the foot of Panama act like a fertile screwworm wall at the bottom of Central America. Unsurprisingly, releasing nearly 15 million screwworms into the Panama rainforest every week doesn't come cheap. In all, the program costs around $15 million a year. Now, that might sound like a hefty fee to release some sterile flies. However, when you consider eradicating screwworms has saved farmers in the U.S. alone around $900 million a year, it starts to sound like one heck of a good deal. Now, those of you that have been paying real close attention may have noticed something strange. Remember I mentioned the Pecora plant produced 20 million sterile screwworms per week? Well, why are only 14.7 million flies being released in southern Panama? I mean, that leaves 5.3 million spare sterile flies just buzzing about at the Pecora production plant. Well, these spare flies are in fact part of a backup army that deal with any screwworm outbreaks in Central America or the U.S. When this happens, the Pecora plant's army of reserve flies are sent out to regions fighting outbreaks. Take 2016 when screwworms came back to the U.S. with a vengeance, specifically the Florida Keys, a group of islands on the southern coast of, you guessed it, Florida. Though it may sound strange for screwworms to have reinfested a region that had previously eradicated them, many experts believe these fertile flies had migrated from Cuba, found less than 100 miles from the Florida Keys. Though the U.S. led an eradication program throughout Central America in the 20th century, the project never reached Cuba, as the two countries weren't on the best of terms back then. As a result, Cuba experts dealt with the pest the old-fashioned way, treating infestations as they arose rather than completely wiping the bug out. As a result of all that, these flies managed to make their way to the Florida Keys, where they quickly resorted to doing what they do best, munching through wildlife. Fortunately, though, thanks to the supply of sterile screwworms at the Pecora plant, they were quickly dealt with. Overall, no less than 190 million sterile flies were flown over before being released in the Florida Keys, re-eradicating the pesky pest in just a few months. But sterilized fly drops aren't the only way these cruel critters are kept at bay. In Panama, Copec also employ inspectors who cover thousands of square miles of Panamanian farmland and rainforest in search of any stray screwworm infections. On top of that, inspectors visit farms, allowing them to treat and cure any screwworm infestations, as well as educating farmers on how to prevent future outbreaks. Similarly, when the outbreak occurred at the Florida Keys in 2016, workers from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service got to work on the ground by, wait for it, feeding infected deer donuts laced with anti-parasitic medication. Holy moly. You'd think feeding cute deer donuts would be the perfect place to wrap this phenomenal feat of scientific ingenuity up, but no. Life is never that simple. In 2024, Central America suffered its worst screwworm outbreak in decades. Typically, Panama records fewer than 100 cases of the bug a year. By October in 2024, there were around 20,000. To make matters worse, infestation spread north to Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and Honduras. To help the problem, Copeg increased their weekly fly production from 20 million to over 90 million. As well as that, 3 new aircraft were bought, with pilots now releasing sterile screwworms throughout Central America. Still, what's the cause of this catastrophe? Well, the 60-mile stretch of rainforest in the Darien Gap, separating Panama from South America, where the screwworm is endemic, served as a barrier to the spread of the pest. Tragically, though, in recent years, deforestation has destroyed much of the rainforest, making it easier for South American screwworms to cross into Panama. Now, you may be wondering, why aren't screwworms just eradicated from South America? After all, they're endemic to the continent and constantly migrating north to screwworm-free regions in Central America. Well, first off, South America is huge. Like, really huge. The Darien Gap is around 10,000 square miles. In comparison, South America covers a size close to 7 million square miles, making it 700 times the size of the current screwworm barrier zone. Considering the size of the operation to remove screwworms from the Darien Gap, can you imagine how big a project it would be to remove screwworms from the whole of South America? And that's not even mentioning the sky-high costs. The program in southern Panama alone costs $15 million, with South America being 700 times the size of the current screwworm eradication program. You can imagine how eye-watering costs are going to be. Even still, it's estimated that eradicating the screwworm from the continent would save South American countries over $3.5 billion. Yep, you heard that right, $3.5 billion. Unsurprisingly, some countries in South America are keen to get the screwworm eradication program going, with Uruguay and Argentina both announcing plans to begin local production of sterile screwworms. But the problem is, getting rid of these pests can only be done if all countries in South America agree to eradicate the screwworm. A control plan for the entire continent requires collaboration, agreement, and, as we've already seen, significant investment from all 12 countries of South America. After all, if just one country fails to eradicate its screwworm population with sterile flies, the pest population will quickly re-enter those countries that had previously eradicated it. Quite the head-scratcher, isn't it? Screw you, screwworms! Yep, somehow the screwworm saga continues to ravage on all these years later. Nevertheless, it's fair to say the sterile screwworm eradication program has been a huge hit, saving millions of livestock and billions of dollars since its introduction in the 1950s. And to think all that was possible thanks to an x-ray machine and 2 guys' freaky fascination with fertile screwworms. The world's a strange place, eh? And that's about enough screwworm talk for one day. Still, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one down in the comments below. Right, I'm gonna buzz off.
Ever wonder what happens if pirates attack a cruise ship? Or how to survive falling overboard? How about what happens if a cruise ship leaves port without you in a foreign land? Well, get ready to rock the boat as we unleash some cruise ship secrets that are never told to passengers. Pirate plunderers. While a cruise is supposed to be quite the jolly old holiday, in some rare circumstances, cruise ships can come face to face with the Jolly Roger itself. That's right, pirates. It's April 2009, and the MSC Melody, loaded with almost 1,000 passengers, is sailing 500 miles off the coast of Somalia. But little do those on board realize they're about to become the target of one of the most infamous pirate attacks in cruise ship history. It's late evening when a small white speedboat approaches with 6 armed Somali pirates on board. As gunfire begins to ring out, passengers are ordered to take refuge in their cabins to wait out the attack, unsure if they'll continue on their cruise, be robbed of their valuables, or walk the plank. To explain what happened next to the Melody, we need to take a look at how cruise ships are equipped to deal with such an attack. Pirates getting close to a cruise ship is rare, but modern vessels in high-risk waters have robust anti-piracy defenses. Ships must use official automatic identification systems, which broadcast identification and position to nearby ships' radar systems. If an unidentified boat appears but doesn't respond to contact, the crew will jump into action. One key defense are long-range acoustic devices, non-lethal sonic weapons that emit an intense, high-pitched sound beam over 1,000 feet, capable of causing permanent hearing damage to targets within range. Another line of defense are anti-boarding devices that deter pirates if they get too close to the ship. Also used by merchant and cargo ships, there are a few varieties of possible anti-boarding systems, one of which is the P-trap. When deployed, P-traps encircle the ship with multiple layers of thin lines floating on the water's surface, which tangle propellers of approaching boats, disabling them. Ships also use anti-pirate water cannons mounted on the sides. While not the kind of cannon you'd associate with pirate warfare, this non-lethal cannon functions more like a fire hose, blasting water jets at 80 miles per hour, repelling attackers and flooding their boats until they're forced to retreat. If this fails, ships may use firearms, and some vessels hire covert security teams trained to handle piracy. So what happened to the Melody? Well, unbeknownst to the approaching pirates, the Melody had a team of armed Israeli security guards on hand, specially trained for such attacks. After turning all the ship's lights off, the guards took up defensive positions while the crew deployed the vessel's onboard water cannon, targeting the attacking ship, as well as a metal ladder that the pirates were using to try to board. However, it was only when the guards opened fire with full-blown firearms the pirates were forced to retreat. They sped off into the night, never to return. Fortunately for cruise-goers, attacks like these are extremely rare. Pirates are far more likely to target merchant ships carrying more valuable, ransom-worthy cargo like oil. Additionally, cargo ships are typically less staffed, making them easier to hijack compared to cruise ships, which can carry upwards of 6,000 passengers and crew. So, while merchant ships may be the real treasure chests for pirates, cruise ships are more likely to leave them saying,
"Arr, not worth the plunder, me hearties."
missing the boat. Aside from capsizing, if there's one thing cruise-goers fear, it's this.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
You are too late, sweetheart.
That's right, cruise ships can and will leave without you. Something this couple learned the hard way after returning 45 minutes late to their Royal Caribbean cruise liner after a port day in the Bahamas in February 2019. Cruise voyages are often coordinated years in advance, meaning there's almost nothing that'll convince a captain to veer off course, particularly at ports. Ports operate strict timetables, with ships scheduled for specific arrival and departure times. Deviations can result in additional port fees for the cruise line and disrupt other scheduled port calls. That's why, as harsh as it seems, waiting for late passengers is rarely an option. But what actually happens if you're left behind? Usually, crew members will know you haven't returned thanks to cruise cards. Onboard ID cards guests are required to scan when leaving and reboarding the ship. If staff confirm you failed to return, they may enter your cabin before the ship leaves the port to gather essentials like passports and leave them with port staff for you to collect on shore whenever you finally get to the departure port. If you find yourself stranded without ID, you'll need to visit the nearest embassy for your country to get a replacement. Next, you'll need to figure out how to get back to the ship. Usually, port staff will help you determine the ship's next port stop and Hopefully, you can travel there to reboard by any mode of transport available. But this presents another challenge. Unless your delay was due to a cruise-operated excursion, you'll be responsible for covering all additional travel costs. In the case of this pair of pier runners, they were left behind at the final port of their 7-day cruise before the return trip to Miami, meaning that while they'd already enjoyed most of the trip, they had to pay to make their own way back home to the States. Arriving back at the ship punctually is down to personal responsibility, but a few tricks can help. Since cruises often cross multiple time zones, ships usually operate on ship time to simplify scheduling. Cruise lines determine ship time differently. Some, like Norwegian cruise lines, adjust it to match local ports during the voyage, while others, like Royal Caribbean, typically maintain their home port's time throughout. So, to avoid confusion, it's best to make sure your phone is manually set to ship time, even if it's a different time on land. Otherwise, you too could face the embarrassing, helpless sprint toward your departing ship. Below deck. Cruise ships are often floating havens of hospitality, and their crew-to-guest ratios might surprise you. Some, like the Viking Mars, have a remarkable 1-to-1 ratio, while others average around 1 crew member per 1.5 passengers. Staff are everywhere, ensuring smooth sailing and top-notch service, all while managing a hidden hive of activity behind the scenes. Working on a cruise is a serious commitment, with contracts typically lasting 4 to 9 months, including 10 to 12-hour workdays 7 days a week. While most are in hospitality roles, workers have to be jacks of all trades. Staff are expected to jump in wherever needed, which could mean everything from waiting tables and bartending to housekeeping, hosting guest activities, and dishwashing all in a single day. To navigate between all these tasks, crew members rely on the I-95, one of the most vital parts of life below deck. Named after the iconic U.S. highway, this main crew corridor connects everything from workspaces to the crew's sleeping quarters without passing through any customer areas. On most ships, about 85% of the crew sleep below the waterline in cramped cabins shared between 2 to 4 bunk.
This is so depressing. They have it out of fun upstairs. Oh my god, that's so
Mates with
bullshit,
one bathroom, a far cry from the higher-up luxuries of the captain's cabin up above the waterline. In most cases, official policy states that mingling with guests, even off-shift, is a big no-no for crew members. So
Yeah.
they have designated areas including
That's
gyms
one
and mess
maybe
halls with
reasonable.
self-service buffets.
Too
Many
many
ships
people
also
in
include
bathroom.
mini grocery stores and barbershops for crew, while crew-only jacuzzis and bars offer a space to relax. After a season at sea, crew members are granted several weeks to months of vacation before embarking on another contract. So, next time you find yourself enjoying a
The ships are very cramped today. Like these.
sunset
Everything is
cocktail
just-
on the Lido deck, spare a thought for the
needs
hard-working
to be
crew
more
rushing
space.
around below to keep the ship running smoothly. Iceberg right ahead! While everyone knows about the Titanic's historic iceberg collision, even modern cruise ships face similar dangers. Although actual iceberg collisions aren't common, those involving smaller, low-lying pieces of floating ice, sometimes called growlers, are more likely. In 2022, a Norwegian cruise line ship encountered such a threat near the Hubbard Glacier in Alaska, and the ordeal was caught on camera.
My God, Titanic 2.0. Oh my God.
Yeah, we hit a big old one.
Oh my. We hit some iceberg.
We hit some ice.
We hit some ice. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Come here. Come on.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Oh.
It is insane.
It tipped it up.
Whoa, that's nuts! And while the mere idea of being on board a ship as it hits ice is chilling, modern cruise ships are equipped with advanced technology and safety measures to prevent sinking. Enhanced navigation tools like radar and, soon, even AI-powered radar allow ships to detect icebergs from a safe distance. There's also the International Ice Patrol, who monitor and track approximately 1,000 icebergs in the North Atlantic Ocean to ensure safe navigation for ships sailing through the area. In the unlikely event of a collision, the very fabric of modern cruise ships are designed to minimize the risk of sinking. The Titanic was largely held together by millions of rivets, which acted like pins fastening steel plates together. Problem was, when a single rivet failed due to impact, it created a weak point, causing the surrounding rivets to bear more load. This increased stress would cause nearby rivets to fail as well, triggering a chain reaction where entire sections would break apart from one another. Modern cruise ships, however, are usually welded together, creating stronger joins that distribute stress along a single seam, making them more resilient to impact. This resilience likely helped save this Carnival cruise ship, which collided with ice in Alaska in September 2024, but continued without damage.
Damn.
In contrast, the aforementioned Norwegian cruise ship sustained minor damage, cutting the voyage short and canceling the next cruise. Safety regulations have also vastly improved since 1912. The International Solace Treaty mandates regular safety drills, as well as enough lifeboats for everyone on board, meaning men can finally push to the front ahead of all those pesky women and children. Coffin class. Cruise ships are designed to meet passengers' every need, from relaxation to entertainment. But while you soak up the sun on the top deck, a hidden space below is ready for something you'd never expect to happen on your vacation: your death. That's right, many larger cruise ships are equipped with onboard morgues to handle the occasional death during long voyages with thousands of passengers. When a passenger dies, the body is stored in the morgue until the ship reaches a port where a death certificate can be issued, which can take up to a week. Upon docking, the body is usually secretly removed in the early morning hours, unbeknownst to other passengers. However, there's a theory that passengers may find themselves directly affected by the ship's dealings with bodies, and they aren't even aware of it. Some ex-crew members have claimed that if free ice cream is being served, it's a sign the crew is trying to clear freezer space to store a body if the morgue is unavailable. However, officials have stated morgues typically have space for up to 6 bodies, so food storage is not used. While morgues must be separate from food areas for hygiene, they can sometimes be located disturbingly nearby. The free ice cream is likely just a perk with no hidden meaning, but the real clue that someone has passed away is when crew members refer to Operation Rising Star, the cruise industry's code word for a death on board. Speaking of cruise code words, on to our next secret. Cryptic codes. Setting sail on a cruise is all about fun and relaxation for passengers, but for the crew, it's a serious and sometimes secretive operation to keep things ship-shape. If you've ever been aboard and caught snippets of the crew using mysterious code words over the PA system, you might have found yourself wondering what they're talking about. These words and phrases all have specific meanings and are designed to keep some of the more unsavory parts of sailing under wraps. While the meanings of different codes can vary from liner to liner, there are some commonly used words and phrases across all of them. The word Alpha is usually used to indicate medical emergency, while Bravo usually means there's a fire on board. Delta is a little more varied in its use and can mean there's been damage to the ship, a flooding emergency, injuries, or even a biohazard. Zulu means a fight has broken out, and PVI means someone has vomited in a public area. But if there's one code that crew dread more than any other, it's the ominous Code Oscar, which means man overboard. Speaking of, man overboard! It's one of those unsettling thoughts that's crossed the minds of many cruise goers. What happens if someone falls or jumps overboard? Thankfully, cruise ships have a well-rehearsed protocol for such emergencies. The first step is alerting the bridge, the ship's control center, who will then issue the Code Oscar alert over the PA system. You might hear Oscar, 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 or even Mr. Mob with MOB standing for Man Overboard. The bridge will also send a distress signal to nearby vessels, who are legally obligated to assist in the search. If the cruise ship is moving, the captain turns the vessel around to the approximate spot where the person went overboard. Overboards often occur when cruisers have had too much to drink, climb railings, enter restricted areas, or attempt stunts. In 2019, 27-year-old Nick Nadev
He's crazy.
leapt from the 11th floor of Royal Caribbean's Symphony of Seas, a 100-foot drop, while docked in the Bahamas after a boozy night on board. Though thankfully, he emerged unharmed and was promptly rescued. He was slapped with serious consequences, immediate eviction from the ship, and a lifetime ban from
Good
Royal
riddance.
Caribbean
asshole.
cruises. Overboard situations become far more perilous when the ship is moving, as victims can be swept away by currents before anyone even notices. That was the case for James Grimes, who went overboard the Carnival Valor in 2022 during its voyage through the Gulf of Mexico. His family only realized he was missing 12 hours later, assuming he had been wandering the ship's many bars and pools. Miraculously, Grimes survived 20 hours of treading water before being rescued, but such outcomes are rare. Between 2000 and 2019, only 48 of 212 incidents resulted in rescue. To address these grim statistics, cruise lines are increasingly investing in man-overboard detection systems. Over 30 vessels owned by Carnival and Disney are now fitted with these systems, which usually work by constantly scanning the exterior of the ship and triggering an alert if it detects something falling. The system also records the exact coordinates where the overboard happened, taking the guesswork out of searches. Outside of protocol, cruise ships visiting U.S. ports are legally required to have railings at least 3.5 feet high, as mandated by the 2010 Cruise Vessel Safety Act, making accidental falls nearly impossible for those acting sensibly. With an average of less than 30 overboard incidents occurring per year out of 27 million annual cruise passengers, overboard odds are extremely slim. So basically, the best way to avoid going overboard is just to, well, act like a regular, sensible person. Who'd have thought? Cabin fever. Spending a night in one of a cruise ship's most expensive suites is a dream for many cruise goers. Prices vary, with some, like the Regent Suite aboard the Seven Seas Splendor, costing as much as $11,000 per night. Cruise lines know their premium passengers expect jaw-dropping vistas from their swanky suites they've forked out for. But there's a catch. While the most expensive cabins promise luxury and comfort, they often come with a hidden price: seasickness. Premium cabins are typically located at the very front of the ship, positioned high enough to offer the finest sea views. However, this poses a problem. You see, cruise ships are like giant seesaws on the water, with the lower middle acting as its center of gravity. The farther a cabin is from this point, the more you'll feel the ship bobbing up and down. In fact, some passengers have reported struggling to stay on their feet in certain presidential suites, particularly during rough weather. But it's just the price you pay for the view and bragging rights at the ship's bar. These days, all modern cruise ships are equipped with seasickness-reducing stabilizers, which are oar-like appendages attached to the bottom of
See what you can do with money from
the
customers.
vessel below the waterline that helps steady the ship
had
by pushing
everything,
against
bro.
its natural rolling motion in the sea. Controlled by hydraulic, electric, or pneumatic systems, they can reduce rolling and pitching by up to 80 to 90%, but it can't stop motion entirely. For smoother sailing, consider opting for a cabin on the lower decks, close to the middle of the ship. With many of the ship's best amenities, including entertainment, restaurants, and pools, situated on the top decks, you'll still have ample opportunity to soak in horizon views throughout your voyage without risking too much cabin fever. For your stomach, that is. Port days. For many, the best part of a cruise is waking up to new destinations with near daily opportunities to experience a new city or country. However, more seasoned cruise goers may tell you that leaving the ship at these times, known as port hours, can be a big mistake. Despite the ship's casino and shops usually closing during port hours, most facilities are still accessible and arguably more appealing. In fact, with most passengers ashore, life on board is blissfully quiet, transforming the ship into a peaceful and private floating retreat. Remaining on board can be a great way to experience the ship without the crowds. When everyone else disembarks, those coveted pool loungers will be mostly empty, so lie back and soak up the quiet, or take the chance to...
If the city, port where ship will stop, I would only go outside when it will be Monaco. Yeah.
Ride the water slides queue-free. Onboard health spas and restaurants often offer special port day discounts, making it the perfect time to pamper yourself or enjoy gourmet dining at a lower cost. Speaking of cost, port day excursions can be pricey, with inflated local restaurant prices and tour fees, while staying on the ship means making the most of the all-inclusive amenities you've already paid for. Not to mention, ports are hot spots for pickpockets targeting cruise goers, whose limited time on shore makes them likely to carry more cash and valuables than average tourists. Now, obviously, for a lot of folks, exploring and experiencing lots of new places is a big part of the appeal of a cruise. But the point is, if you're someone who finds it hard to move around or prefers to relax in one spot, don't feel pressured to disembark. You can still have a great time staying put. Modern cruise ships are essentially giant floating cities, offering a variety of free activities to enjoy without needing to leave at all. But for the best of both worlds, simply disembark the ship last after queues have cleared, take a quick stroll around shore, then return to the ship early to enjoy a few hours of peace. Nautical thrills. From the zip line atop Icon of the Seas to the skydiving simulator on Royal Caribbean's Quantum-class ships, there's no shortage of thrills on modern cruise ships. But sometimes, even more common features, like water slides, deliver the most unexpected surprises. Take Norwegian Cruise's Ocean Loops, a double-loop water slide that plunges from the top deck and juts out over the ocean. That's not for the faint of heart, but not for the reasons you might think. Check this out.
Uh-oh. What now?
In 2022, this passenger's slide attempt left her trapped in the transparent tube, suspended 159 feet above the sea. Ocean Loop's ride regulations rule that riders must be at least 48 inches tall and weigh 120 to 300 pounds to ensure sufficient speed. But as this incident shows, those precautions aren't foolproof. Factors like swimwear friction, water flow, body position, and speed can also impact a rider's chances of sliding success. Thankfully, if a rider does get stuck, an alarm sounds, triggering a safety door inside the Ocean Loop slider to open. Even so, if you find yourself lining up for Ocean Loops, keep in mind, it's not just the views over the ocean that might surprise you. Ship shape. Now, there's no doubt colossal cruise ships are marvels of engineering, but if you look closely, you'll notice that they are also puzzles of secret shapes and symbols waiting to be decoded. Among the curious features you might spot are these strange white orbs perched on the top deck of many vessels. These aren't decoration, they're radomes, an essential piece of ship tech. Radomes house radar equipment, keeping it safe from harsh weather while it rotates around inside. Made from fiberglass or reinforced plastic, these aerodynamic spheres are designed to handle winds from any direction with ease. Even their bright white color is no accident, as it reflects light and heat better than darker hues, protecting the equipment from overheating. Another secret is woven right into the ship's fabric, the carpet fabric, that is. On Disney cruises, the carpets lining cabin hallways feature world globes encircled by ship wheels, with the globes north always pointing towards the front of the ship to help passenger navigation. Norwegian cruise lines take a similar approach, with some vessels, including carpets patterned with fish swimming in the direction of the ship's front, making it easy to find your way. Some cruise ship secrets only reveal themselves when the vessel is docked, like these colorful tabs on the mooring lines. And while they might look unremarkable, these clever contraptions are one of the ship's smartest defenses against a very particular type of unwelcome stowaway. Packed with food and cozy hiding spots, cruise ships are a rodent's dream. Beyond sneaking aboard via cargo, rats have historically used mooring lines to scurry aboard. But these rat guards, typically cone or disc-shaped barriers made from metal or plastic, are designed to block their path. Sorry, Remy, you'll just have to travel via plane. Sea of Spies. Cruise ships promise smooth sailing and breathtaking sea views, but sometimes passengers get more than they bargained for after discovering someone else had been getting an unsettling secret view into their private cabins. In October 2017, one Floridian couple had just embarked on the Carnival Fantasy for a 3-day Caribbean cruise when they noticed something strange about their stateroom's TV. Hidden among the TV wires was a recording device, its lens ominously pointed at their bed. Carnival's investigation confirmed it was a video transmitter, but claimed it wasn't powered and couldn't record, but the couple were unconvinced. The device was eventually handed over to the FBI, but since then, updates on the case have remained mysteriously absent. An even more shocking tale surfaced in 2024, when an unnamed Royal Caribbean passenger sued the liner over hidden cameras. A former stateroom attendant aboard the Symphony of the Seas had allegedly planted cameras to secretly record passengers in their bathrooms. Authorities claimed up to 960 guests were recorded.
It's big. They're trying to.
Between December 2023 and February 2024, before the culprit was caught. After a thorough investigation, he was found guilty of a ton of heinous activity involving the cameras and was eventually sentenced to 30 years in federal prison. While incidents like these are rare, they're a good reminder that packing a little caution and vigilance along with your flip-flops and sunscreen is always a smart move. Busted buffets. Love them or loathe them, buffets are the heart of cruise life. But what the crew won't mention is that some items come with some undesirable hidden sides you might want to think twice about before plating up. Cruise lines go to great lengths to prioritize food safety, but even with rigorous measures, perfection isn't guaranteed. Buffets in particular require vast quantities of food to be prepared, transported, and displayed, a process involving many steps and hands, which raises the risk of cross-contamination. Proper hygiene is crucial at every stage, and if it slips, bacteria or viruses can spread like wildfire in the enclosed environment of a ship. Temperature control is another critical factor. To keep bacteria at bay, hot food should be kept above 140 degrees Fahrenheit, while cold foods must stay below 40 degrees Fahrenheit. As buffets are unmanned and self-service, they can be a breeding ground for trouble when dishes are left sitting for too long, drifting into the danger zone of 40 to 140 degrees Fahrenheit, where bacteria multiply rapidly. Raw items like sushi and oysters are the most risky since they skip the cooking process that kills harmful microbes. So, if you're looking to stay safe and savor your trip, opt for hot foods with visible steam or dishes that clearly look freshly prepared. Even condiments can pose a problem. Unlike main dishes, they're often left sitting out all day in large, non-temperature regulated vats, while communal bottles play past the germ-laden parcel as hundreds of hands handle them throughout the voyage. Now, food safety aside, if you're dining on an all-inclusive cruise, it's easy to gravitate towards carb-heavy comforts like pasta, bread rolls, and breakfast pastries. But seasoned cruisers have a pro tip: limit your carbs. Since your meals are already covered in your ticket price, it's smarter to save your stomach for the full spectrum of culinary options on board. No need to ditch carbs completely, just save room for the typically more expensive stuff you wouldn't normally get to experience. Anyone else hungry? Have you ever been on a cruise and noticed some secrets I missed? Why not swim down to the comments section below and let me know so I can make a part 2. As always, thanks for watching.
What I even would do on such a ship? Not. I don't know, bro. Probably sitting around and playing video games, I guess.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
Is all I have left.
Only 6 more matches. If I win 3 times in a row, so it should be done.
Traveling to Nepal.
Which never happen, I guess. Jetpack? Oh, I never played Farah.
Strike from above. En route. Take care. Increasing out of the outbound. Weather report. Lots of sun.
I'm simply following my program.
No. Hello. Hello there.
5, 4,
Fighting.
3, 2, 1.
Someone
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Sometimes you scare me. I am empowered.
The objective is now active.
Let's show him some air power. The skies await.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I know Pride is hero.
Thanks for the assist. I will not waste this opportunity. All systems nominal.
I'm at the objective. Anyone else coming?
Time to connect the dots.
Best round lost. Complete.
We need it.
Score 0
Dr. Liao told me of her journey here. It is strange to see it with my own eyes.
My heart is strong, and my javelin is sharp. Not so fast. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
We lost, but now it's time to win, right? I can't beat this feeling.
Thanks for the assist. Waste this opportunity. Heat check confirmed. Do I have to? Try and shoot me. You won't.
Hello, hello. Hi.
Score 1-1.
Alright, let's hear that fighting spirit. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Woo!
We can do this if we fight hard and smart.
Oh shit.
They outnumber us. Keep it tight. Let's show them some air power.
What? fucker. I hate ball.
Arriving at Kunsin. Prepare for battle.
Talon is stops. Talon is stops. Talon.
We will have peace at any cost. We will not lose this battle if we fight as one. Put them in the ground. Now do you see your error?
It is pretty same abilities.
Objective unlocks in 30 seconds.
I will tear victory from your grasp. I will speak to you in the language you understand. Violence. We must stop them.
We have not here.
They're pushing the barricade. The lead is there. For now.
No, why me?
Now do you see your error? resolve hardens. Your miscalculations will cost you. Knock them from the barricade.
Nice vacuum, bro.
I'm making popcorn.
Reclaim the robot, or we cannot advance. Take everything from them.
Turning on the AC.
Bro, vacuum every time, fucking time. This normally doesn't work.
This wall is is incredibly lit.
War has initialized.
Now do you see what we have almost won? Make your stand at the robot's side.
Alien invasion!
Progress. Keep pushing.
Here's
Defeat. Play of the game. Traveling to Suralasa.
Must accept death.
Ah.
My ultimate is charging. Mock formation, go!
Fuck.
You can check in, but you can't check out.
What happened with Mercy? Where is she?
Stiff upper lip now. You've come back from worse. Buckle my shoe. There's mayhem to do.
Turning on the AC.
One win, come on, let's win this time.
Plenty of bombs to go around.
This is not a drill. I carry my bullets.
It's 6:30.
Oh. I don't have time to be weak.
They're attacking our robot. small step at a time.
Support your local bombardier.
It's not my job to get you back alive. But stay close to me, and we might manage it anyway.
We must be very careful not to harm any civilians. Do not just assume I can hear them. Although I could, of course.
Yep, yes, yes, yep. I gotcha.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Wanna make it out of this? Do what I say. Enemy seen.
What? Is this guy aimbotting? Huh? Wow. Okay. Truly intentional.
It's 6:30.
Cool. Let's play something different. I actually like this game. Hardly a game, but it's something like familiar, like the TSG card game. I wonder why this game is so heavy, like performance-wise. Like nothing is there, just one low-res map and that's it. This is exactly why the hardware brands can do a performance at all at anything. There's new email. Hyper Fury, new in shop. The another one. Apply sticker, that's easy. Install G4 GTX 6 GB or better. That's easy one. Upgrade to 60 GB of RAM. Remove viruses. Okay. Easy. Ah yes, this one. PC can play Colorful Chaos Royale. I just started a new VTube channel called Funny Gaming Moments. Like and subscribe if you want. And I'm gonna be playing Colorful Chaos Royale, getting those funny kills and biggest memes. Oh, it's fellow streamer. Okay. I I adj- I already accepted. Okay. So this one is done. Does this even work? Let it run Colorful Chaos Royale, minimum specs. Oh my god. Intel 3, that's like four cores. E5 is 6 or 8 maybe. Or maybe system info. What? Two! Only two of them. Fuck! And E5 is what? Where's my schedule? Boardnet. I something ordered. Astrok Phantom Gaming Radeon RX. That's made. That's a what? I'm not sure. What day is even? I never know. Wednesday, 19 October. Oh, it's here? It's not here. So I need to order. I need to order that thing. Core E564. And here have this specs hardware. This is what he have. Need to order something better. Wait. Aha! I already ordered. Wait, not now. Not yet. Ah, okay. So this one. What else? Accepted. This one. Computer is a bit slow. Oh, my regular customer, huh? Like, it is true that you are like a doctor for computers. Because I see stuff flashing up on my screen and my group say it might be a virus. Can you antibacterialize it something? Ah, what a mean man, huh? Power budget, upgrade RAM. Ah, fine. 4 gigas. 100 budget, yeah. So I need something much better. Memory. Oh, these one are good. It's so cheap. 100. One, that's bullshit. You need two. Always two of them. Uh, 16, so 8 GB. Something fast. 300. Or maybe even 4. I think the best value is 8 for this case. So, 360, 370. This one is good. Yeah, let's wait. Actually, the fella, yeah, I need to check this one. Max RAM speed 300. Okay, fuck. Good thing I checked the motherboard. 300. Dimension, yeah. 300. This one is good. Or this one. This one is better even. Insert grade 60. How? How it's not compatible? It's literally say, come on. How I do that even? Like here. Like in game. To check the compatibility of this motherboard and RAM. Shop sales. I don't care. What about this? This is HyperX. This should be compatible. I don't care. So this one and install GeForce GTX. Avast swaps. It's a nautical piratical simulation game, and yesterday it was Belch Rats at Buccaneer Studios finally released the newest expansion, Be Still the Water of My Doom. The only problem is my computer not exactly a flagship these days. And never ending evolution. Can you command some sort of G for GTX 160 or better for me so I can see those water doing integral? These emails are top tier. GTX 6 PC Stat Mortoni A320. What to do with this? What game he said? Avast swaps? What's that? This is my wallpaper, by the way. Avast, yes, was. It's not here. Who knows? Be still. Be still. It's not here. If he wants to simply that graphic, we will just buy one GTX 160. This one or something better. So 6 GB, it's not the best, but we have much bigger budget. 550. So we will just oh wait, I don't have better options. This is not very cool. Actually, I think I have one in inventory. Do I? No, just this one. Yeah. This one is much smaller. Founder editions. Sure. These editions and founders are sold in first minute maybe. So stupid, bro. A sticker. That's it. Let's wait for the computers come and let's call it a day. Wait, actually, fuck. Oi. Oh, somebody bought my computer. Maybe we could build something. A perfect computer. Now. Actually, wait. Do I have here something? Oh, this is, yeah. Well, let's call it a day. Bangers only. That's right. Yeah, new parts. Oh fuck, I didn't order it, I'm stupid. My god. Okay, let's finish this one. I never do that. This, like, never. Like, fuck that. Yeah. I don't care. Okay. It's running. I hope. These screws are annoying. Will it run? Not sure. Well, it's something. Let's collect the money. Spam. Got brains. Ah, this one. I'm still waiting for the orders. So, Apristicus, this one is eating. So, sticker. Whoop, whoop, whoosh. Are you serious? You were destroyed. This such a nice case with stupid emoji. Oh my god. Burger. Which one? This one? Let's make burger here. Boom. Food. Uh-huh. Somebody like food too much, I guess. Can hear, I can hear. But I definitely can hear. A donut. A melon. Melon here. here. A choco. Destroyed! Ah, so ugly. But the customer is always right, right? So I'm not here to judge. But I will judge. I will judge them all. You have great taste, sir. No, he's not. Oh my god. Ooh. What's this? Robin Myworm, Chief Twitcher of Royal Council Ornithological Society. What? What's that? Twitcher? We are dedicated to observing and preserving birds of all kinds. Okay. I recently set up cameras in my back garden to record the comings and goings of all manner of common birds. Okay. These cameras are hooked up to a master computer which I keep safely nested in the branch of a tree. Good. So you just come with this stupid idea of watching birds? Just say it! You're watching humans to spy on them. An entire family of luster spotted gobblers, goblet flatida, nesting right in my back garden, sure. Needless to say, this is an extremely rare opportunity to study an unusual and less reclusive species. But my computer is saying I'm running out of disk space. Sure. Upgrade to the 2000 gigabyte of storage. That's easy one. Whatever. Many thanks for the stickers. Yeah. Obsessed Cassante. I feel something bad from this guy. He replying me every fucking time. Something he wants to something else. Well, except that build guy, I don't have anything else. Let's just put it here for tomorrow. Okay. Oh, nice case. Wait, I actually did that. I think it's those are same guys. Actually, I need to buy that hard disk. What case he have? Corsair Obsidian series. Brother, why? Why it should be more like how many hard disks you can put in and etc. Like what else is missing here? Who cares about dimensions? That's stupid. The only thing I want is just the GPU and PSU maybe, but who cares? But come on, and yeah, the motherboard compatibility of. Hmm. Let's buy the how much I get as budget 250. If only these jobs could be such easy like this. Oh, let's do this first, I guess. That's easy. MSC. Foi table. Foi! MSC! It's working. Just just grab it while still running. Sure. What's this? Ah, yeah, the graphics card. My god. These cases are horrible. This one? I think it's this one. Ah, cables, of course. Ah, cables. I'm stupid. This is annoying to do. Okay, this one is done. Let's see about this one. Upgrade to 60 gigabyte of RAM. Remove viruses. Fine. I can't do that. Fuck! I forget he actually using these ones. Can I keep them? Fuck! Now what? I can do that. Oh, let's see. Wait. I can do that? Oh my god. Incompatible. What? What? Oh my god. This is so stupid. So I need to buy these two. $9? Hardly. That's... What? That's crap. Ah. Holy shit. How can anybody have so many viruses today? Well, the viruses are not there. So my god. Why? So annoying even in game, bro. I think I have to buy these. You have 8. So if I buy 2 of these, oh my god. Hmm. Broken hip barracks. RGB. Fury deep. Hey, I have this one. Good one. Hey, I want this. Broken Corsair Dominator. What's that? Interferon. What the hell is that? Pff, Corsair Dominator. That's maybe CPU and this is what? Broken door. Also, uh, ah, it's RAM. Okay. Broken parts. Let's see. Nice one. Which one is broken? You know what? I need. Hey! I can't use or buy a better mouse. I don't want to plug in these shits. Ah, okay, so this one is not working. Okay. I'm so lucky today. How can anybody would sell this with one broken part? That's stupid, bro. Unrealistic. Yep. Nobody would do that. Wait, interferon. Wait. I think these are just used. Also, a passive one is a bad one. We need to upgrade this. Fuck. Uh, passive. Bleh. What's the point of using passive when nothing actually happening? Delete. Aslog Z50. And Intel Celeron. What the hell is that? Z50 90. Uh-huh. Right. Now, cooler. Something cheap. This one is cool. $100. Oh shit, that's too much. Let's say these one are big. This one. What's this? Hi, my name is Aiden and I'm the #1 animal fan in the world, okay? I have a PC, I used to play games, Baboon Tycoon. And it's pretty great because my sister built it for me. Sister? This is just pure fantasy of developers, I guess. And she knows all about computers. Sure. But the new expansion is just about Macaco's mayhem. Doesn't work on it, and it's really annoying me. I really looked up online and apparently a PC that can benchmark 2000 should be able to play it properly. So can you upgrade mine so it can do that? I don't age. No way. Fuck no. Fuck. 2000. That should be easy. Clone? What's that? Clone. This is Chuck from Chuck Wood Chucking and Chopping Services. There is no limit of amount and size of food we will chop and chuck for you. Sure, of course, we believe in sustainability and only chop and chuck from managed forests. Anyway, I digress. The PC we use in the wood chucking factory has become so full of wood pictures, files, or data and general rubbish. I'm worried I'm going to lose all my data. Definitely don't want that to happen without the timber supplies and accounts I have on there. The hard drive was small to start with, so could you give me a new sleek, fast hard drive with more space and clone the existing one? I don't lose anything. So as you can, synchronize to SSD. Sure. This one is bacteria. Inside that ultimate S400 or better. SU650. What's the budget? 200. So this one. Well, that's it. Not sure about the benchmark and stuff. Parts budget 400. That's nothing. Okay, that's it for today. Oh my god. Ooh, wish I could start like this every fucking day in my life. Let's do this. Wait, what's this? Oh, yeah. The goddamn RAM. What's this? Offnet by who?
pretty crappy passive, but I guess it will do for text, I guess. Text programs maybe. But he have MSC, so he playing games on this. On this? Come on! This is my USB. Now come here. This one is peculiar. Yeah, I can. I don't care. Drive bay. What the hell? Why everybody buying MSC? That's it? It's done? I think. F, F, F. That's it. This is weird position, but whatever. Let's do a benchmark. This will be. Holy shit, this is bad. Not for gaming, huh? Yeah. Okay. Alright. This one.
Oh. Okay. Aha. It's done. 2016. Ah, that's nothing, bro. But nice case, I guess. Long way. What? I can't sell it. With dust? There is a dust? Ah, overclocking. Case customization. New cables. Custom cables. Delete that overclocking. Delete that? What? Who cares? Such a shit for so much money. Wait, what? hell is this? The install. I forget something. But what? Hmm. Ah. Whoops. Sorry. What? done. Try to sound down to the route. Somebody want this again? Painting? It's a real thing. Ah, what today we have? Terry bite. Oh my god, this guy again. Let's play Marvard. Let's play the goddamn PCO. Oh my god. Are you serious? This will be nightmare to do. Well, the money are money. Bongo. Bongo. I took my PC into a fix this morning only to find the place was literally on fire. Terrific and unprofessional, yeah. So what? That happened before I even start working, bro. What's wrong with you? My only complaint is that my PC came back too clean and I have to dust the rest of my room to match. If only it, the people would be like this, but they are not. So we have this. Oh my god, 7 FPS on normal. Jesus, this is terrible. Help! I'm stuck. Seven FPS. Oh my god, what I do? There's no way I'm going to repair this. This is nightmare. I have to replace everything, I guess. Is this PowerPoint meeting? At least the CPU is kinda good. Semi-good. Below good. Like... Part ranking. What's this? Ah, this is ranking, right? Okay. DVR Radeon R9. This one? Maybe next day. It's here. This one. Oh, shit. Fuck. What? I can't? Oh. This motherfucker. This doesn't have any cables. Ah. Let's use this first. Let's paint case purple. Oh my god, this is terrible. Heart emoji. Cute. This might not that bad. $2,100. That's nice. So what about this? Replace ECU and motherboard. This will be terrible. Oh my god. Oh my god. Only one RAM, bro. What? Ah. DDR4 3000. Holy shit. RTA 1151. Well, I just need to buy another one. Oh fuck. Fuck. Holy shit. Fuckers. Watermelon stickers. This is just summer, man. Pink. Let's finish this. Is that right one? I'm not sure. Of not by who. Fuck, I'm stupid. I think I am. Okay, this one is done. What? Huh? How you do that? Aha. That's clever. What? You can have this on tablet or even phone? That's wow. So it's this one, okay. I'm stuck. What happened? I can leave the table. Nothing. Even open tablet. I hope it's working. That's crazy. Do I have these? Not sure. Faulty. 0. What else do we have here? Another painting. Well, I'm not streaming PC building, but ass slapping, I guess. I running this for like, I don't know, 2 months instead. I'm a real butt slapper. Now, going to ranking. Well, it's working right now, I guess. I can write up some code to simulate collisions, no problem, but my computer won't be able to run it fast enough to get amount of data I need. So I need a faster CPU, okay? I don't have much money, but do your best to improve what I have. Failing that, I will be also be happy with a real Astro impact that wipes us all out. Sure. E767. Okay. Another one. Upgrade stickers. Fix. Oh my god, I need to build this again. Well, let's finish this. Oh, I can because, man. Nice Viper. Dum 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 dum. Broken $1. Uh-huh. I guess I can repair it. Hmm. So what we have here, stickers. This is a good one. Ah. Dust? Okay. I always forget about that. There's nothing here. No dust at all. Oh my god, broken MSC. Pfft. PCO and RAM card. RAM card and oh my god. So what we have here? Nice case and interior. It's matched everything. Okay. So the RAM and PCO. I can use these. Holy shit, this is overkill. That's the PCO. I think it will not be it enough for this. Well, it's under 400 watts, but that's okay. Two different back. I will remove that one. Which one is which? Ah. I wanted to do something. Oh, never mind. What you mean, Noram? Broken, okay. I don't get it. Why I can't change this one? Hmm. This one is kinda good, but still not enough. Hmm, 6,000. That's sort of. Case customization. Hmm. Good company. You mean Lethal Company, right? Mars Horizon, that's weird. And Among Us. Or this is also Lethal Company. Okay, that's it. What else? $1,000. What? Paint sky blue. Okay. Brother. Oh. The dust. Nothing. What the hell is that? Hmm. The cable management here is terrible. Don't tell me I have. Holy shit. What's wrong? Hey. Are you kidding me? What? Oh my god. Are you serious? Oh, I'm stupid. Never mind. Well, I can. Ah, shit! Now I have two of them. Well. Holy shit. Huh? Missing cables. Oh my god. It's a fucking case, sure. I'm stupid. Oh my god. Huh? Huh? What? What cables? Oh my god, you're right. So stupid, bro. Ah, fúj tejbe. Is there dust? I hope not. Nope. I broke PC on the other day. Ah. Oh shit, I'm not going to able. Oh shit. I'm the wow. Fuck. Ah, boy. Medieval space, futuristic. Hmm. Is that even possible, bro? Without those. I like the I'm there. Wow. Look at these RGB life. That's shame. Brother. This is my workshop. Lol. What the hell is that? Ooh. Aha. I can change only this. Oh. Horizon chase. MSC. Bleh. Why? What is this? A developer, maybe? Still, It's quite dark here. Oh my god, the lightning. I mean, the lights are very brim. What MSC you have? Oh, that's. Oh my god. Ah. Oh, this is better. So what we have next? Hehehe, rave me. labor. Team. Oh. Oh. Clever. This one is cool. Based. So what we have here? Replace. Oh shit. Nice. Nice, nice. What we have here? Custom cables. Fuck. Yeah, I'm stupid. Oh shit. Just seen what you did with DJ computer. Looks sick! Artificial intelligence, what? I didn't do anything like that. Well, this one have to wait. Maybe I can... Spell repairs, I'm the reason. Oh shit. But this one is beyond broken. What the fuck? This is mini at ATX. Holy shit, this is so small. Who cares? It's broken. Hello. I'm for okay. Seven. Uh. Oh shit. No. Nothing is there, I guess. Hmm. It's fixed. No. Hmm. The graphic card is weak. Oh man. Oh, nice case. What the? Screenshot? Show me. Nice case. But that's all, maybe. 3,000. That's. Right. Nice. Sure. Everything white. Wait, what about this? Never mind. Ah. Ah, shit. Wait, it's blue. I I don't see anything. Well, never mind. What about this one? No. Uh, almost visible. What? Uh-huh. Average banker. this is done. Ah, flip side. I forget. Fuck. Ah, this one. It's wrong. What? What is that? Oh my god. Ah, never mind. That's kind of bullshit. I did everything else. I just missed the date. with green cables. Uh-huh. $100? What? Shishi. A prominent esport personality hacked our security system and set 2,000 penguins loose. What? The first thing I looked into when I took over the CCTV system, including one particular problem area, were chimpanzees regularly fling dirt at the cameras they light from. A helyett never mind, just technique from OnlyCams, yeah. You sure it's not the other way? Well known on Twitch and etc. OnlyCams. Oh man, install new cameras and protective screen, but the new cameras record at a higher resolution and the monitoring station is struggling to process the footage. Sure. So, just CPU. Cool master. Broken FGA. Motherboard. Oh my god. Z490. 400. Oh my god, that's a lot. Maybe I can replace it by something cheaper. So must have this. The other one are much better. What cool master? But brother. Let's buy this one. Cool master. Oh shit. This one. Not sure. Let's see it. Gold. Aha, that's oh my PCU. Two of them. Everything must. What else, bro? Brother.
What the hell is this? Ooh. Usually people doing this to home, they don't need. Usually they just call their son or grandson or something like that. Depends how old you are. This is kid work now, not the professionals. They This guy have water cooling. Holy shit. What the hell? Are you serious? What? What cable? Oh yeah, the good. Ah. Chimpanzee. So what this guy have need to do? Team. Keyboard strategist. This one. It's quite dusty, I think. Oh. Holy shit. Hyped for the game I just got, but my PC won't run it. Oh my god. Scan. My grandson brought me one of the fancy gaming PCs so that I could join him in playing games on internet. I have to say, I have been having a lot of fun. I even started getting quite good at the games, but don't tell my grandson, I still let him win. Sure. But who knows, maybe he's GigaChat. Old man. I seen others talking about piping. Their rigs with lights and goodness know what else. It all seems rather science fiction to me, but exciting nonetheless. I, I haven't the faintest idea what I'm doing when it comes to the nuts and bolts, so would you be able to help me dip my toe into customization? I'm just looking for some simple item to start off with. I believe one can have it posed with music. I hope you understand what I'm after. All the best, Rose G. Babelut. Set all RGB lighting to blue with music effect. Okay. Dun 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 dun. This one is dusty already. What? Just one. Oh, Interteleron. Oh my god. I feel guilty. Why? Oh my god. I don't have. Shit. Oh, very tight. No OS. This one is quite good. Empty. This is another average banger. Oh no, the turn! My god! Let me out! Oh my god. Brother, everything is GPU. Yep, that's right. Wow, fuck. It's still black, but got a different black. So nice. Okay. What do you mean, how finished? Incomplete case? My god, I. Ah. Oh my god. My god, why? Come on, what else? What else? Incomplete case, what? Jesus Christ, why you torturing me? What? So much money for what? What? This is crap. Wait, wrong field. Give me money. Ah. Liquidators. Nice. Blue music effect. It's dusty now. Ooh. I like this one. Uh, laser. This half cable. You know what I actually noticed? There's no Logitech at all, at anything. My god, what the hell is that? Pajamas? Well, that's it. Here you go, Grandpa. Wait. Ah. What this one? Broken parts. What the hell is that? How to eat food on GPU? Good one. Cats. Colorful chaos royale. Oh man, this this one have too many viruses. Highway hobbler. What the hell is that? Oh shit! Minimum spec. Core E5. Wow. Seven six. This one is unlocked. What else? Asus Rock. No, G4 GTX 1070. Uh-huh. That's a lot of horsepower. Founders. What? He needs better one, come on. needs better cooler. Come on. I'll give him this. No. What do you have here? That's bullshit. It should be fine. There's a lot of space. What we have here? Broken parts. Man, this is a mess. This guy have same graphic card as me. Fuck. I need to upgrade. Fuck. Oh shit, the whole motherboard is broken. Gigabit. Gaming 5. What? Ah. Let's finish one, then the second one. Yeah, I wish I could have such IMDs, bro. Brother. What is that even? Gigabit GA B200. So both have should be fine. I hope. Ah. Oh my god, which one? This one? This one or this one? I'm not sure, bro. Yeah. This is miniature. Holy shit, what I just bought. Holy shit. A big cock. This is crazy. Oh my god. Wait, this don't have M2. You're right. Yeah. Oh, it's here, never mind. Oh. Actually, I'm gonna use the smaller one. Like this one is you. Ah, let's use this one. What? Wait, I don't have. Oh, it's here. Never mind. So much space. I'm. Oh man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, this is good for, I don't know, like. Not CPU, what? Are you sure? Oh, he's right. Well, like I knew. So much space here. You can do anything here. But this is just mere office PC build, I guess. Holy shit, this is bad. The Insta customer, what? I destroy it. What is missing? I have everything. Come on. Come on. I have everything. There's no way he wants this shit on. Ugh. This is terrible. half finished again, bro. Incomplete case, what? Oh my god. For office work and snake. This one is quite pricey, brother. That's too much. Where's the next one? Ah, yeah. Ah. No. What the hell is this? This is the last one. And I'm going to bed. This is overkill. Oh my god. Then what was here? Wrong CPU, huh? Fuck.